Hey everyone, how are all of you? Jingle Balls, how are you? Hey James. Who said Kate, how are you tonight? Hey Ken. Esther, how are you? Hey Cheryl. Out of time, how are you? Little Miss Michaela, how are you? Okay, I guess the damn Nightbot is not working. I'm at the fire Nightbot, y'all. Hey Sway, how are you? Hey Marissa. Hey Sandy Feed, how are you? Okay, let me grab this real quick, pin the email to the top of the chat. Hey Ray, how are you doing tonight? Hey, living life with BB. Hey, the CNY family, how are you? And Grandma, how are you? Let me move this stuff around real quick, y'all. 1 second. My stuff never wants to be organized whenever I start. Hey, Cherokee Raider, how are you? Cheryl Siffa will be in here later on. He's doing something right now, and I don't know where Brian is. Grandma, I'm doing all right. Hey, Gigi. Let's see. I mean, ribs still hurt. Oh, Gigi, I'm sorry your ribs are bothering you, honey. Hey, Neil, how are you? Hey, Sandra. Hey, Bugsy. Bugsy, I mean, honestly, I think it's legit. I'm gonna pull it up here in a few minutes. Hey, Annie. Libcom, how are you? Let's see, no editing, major editing done. Yeah, I believe it's real. Fern, how are you? Yes, right. I believe it's 1:35. I believe it's a timestamp on the bottom of it. Hey, Roger, how are you? Frank, how are you? Yeah, they haven't showed the actual video. They just took a screenshot of the video. Hey, Pintizzy, how are you? And JB, yes, we did have a good Christmas. How about yourself? And Kathy Newport, how are you? Let's see. It says 11/13/2022 at 1:32 AM. Okay, give me a second. Let's see. Hold on, I gotta answer a text back, y'all. Okay. All right, let me move this out of my way here so I can see my thing. Hey, Brian, how are you? Wait, I sent you a neat animation that shows how they could not hear anything on the bottom floor. Okay. Hey, Simple Butterfly, how are you, honey? Hey, Baby Boop, how are you feeling? Hey, Perfect. Yeah, okay, I've been in a lot of cameras, but never. Oh shoot, I'm about to miss my comment. Hold on, but never seen a date and time not spaced out. All right. Okay. Hey, Izzy, how are you doing, honey? So, I'm gonna pull the picture up. Well, I've actually got two different pictures. One of them is basically like a screenshot of the video, and then there's another one that it's got three different pictures. Well, three different people, and then it's that they're thinking that possibly could be in that picture, and they're doing like a side by side of each one of those three people compared to images in the screenshot. I'm gonna pull that up in a minute also. I just wanted to address one thing real quick before I got started. If anybody at any time wants to know about anything to do with me or my channel or anything, please contact me directly and not go to someone else asking or, sending them a message, email, or whatever. I mean, if anybody wants to know anything that has to do with me or my channel, you know my email. You can message me on Twitter, you can message me on Instagram, whatever. Just come to me directly. Because going to someone else and asking is not cool. All right. Okay. Now, let me get, oh, and we did get an actual, well, I'm not going to say an actual update, but we actually got an update for today. And then they did two other updates from like, I think the 24th and the 26th, I believe it was, or 23rd. I'll have to go back and look. But yeah, they did some updates from two previous days and then for today. So I'm going to go over that also. And matter of fact, I'm going to go ahead and go over the update first. That way I can just get it knocked off of my screen. All right. Let me fix it. Uh, Gigi, actually, yes, I do. All right. So let me go ahead and pull this up. One second. I just wanna go over there and get it, like I said, off of my I can knock this tab out. Okay. Alright, so this is the one from today. Ain't really a whole lot to it, but it just says that, the Moscow Police Department is providing the following information to update the public on the known facts surrounding the four murders that occurred on November 13th in Moscow, Idaho. At this time in the investigations, detectives do not believe that the female associate professor and chair of the history department at the University of Idaho suing a TikTok user for defamation is involved in this case. And from what I've heard, like this TikToker is going hard. Even though she's then been sent to cease and desist and is getting sued, she is literally just still going hard at this professor. And I've seen where she's claiming that she has physical evidence that this lady is involved. And I think the only thing really that she does is read cards. So I don't know if she was to go to court and bring her cards that she reads, if that would be considered physical evidence. Okay, so let's see. The Moscow Police Department will not provide a statement about the ongoing civil process. There has been numerous inquiries from members of the public and the media to verify digital media published online. Any picture or video provided through the Office Public Records request process is authentic. However, once a record is released, we can no longer verify its authenticity as we do not know if anything has been altered. Detectives are aware of videos distributed by local businesses. So apparently they know about this one at the bar too. Investigators believe someone has information that adds context to what occurred on the night of the murders and continue requesting additional pictures, videos, social media content. Our focus remains on the investigation and not in individuals' activities displayed in the tip. Whether you believe it's significant or not, your information may be one of the puzzle pieces that help solve these murders. Digital submissions of tips and leads will not be publicly disclosed due to our ongoing commitment to keep information private and details may be pertinent to the ongoing criminal investigation. Progress continues to locate the white 2011 to 2013 Hyundai Elantra believed to be in the immediate area of the King Road residence during the early morning hours of November 13th. Basically saying the same things. Investigators believe that the occupant or occupants may have crucial information to share regarding the case, and they have identified over 22,000 vehicles. If you know of or own a vehicle matching this description or know of anyone who may have been driving this specific vehicle on the days preceding or the day of the murders, please forward that information to the tip line. And still, no suspect has been identified. No weapon has been found. Hey, Vapor, how are you? They're only releasing vetted information that will not hinder uh, um, vetted information that will not hinder the investigation. So basically, all of that's the same. Okay, so that's pretty much it. I mean, nothing, you know, nothing more than just wanting us to still look for the car. Um, they don't believe that the professor, which I don't think the professor has anything to do with it anyway. I don't know where the TikToker's getting it from, just unless it's just from her cards. Hey, Yorkie Mama, how are you? So I don't know how that's gonna. Basically, Marissa, yeah. I mean, just the same thing every day, just maybe rewording it a little bit. Okay. And yes, one other thing, like it's been posted in here, whatever you do, please do not contact anybody that has anything to do with any case that I cover. You know, whether it's family members, whether it's someone directly involved in the case, whether it's somebody that could potentially be a suspect, please do not contact them, um, and never contact anyone on my behalf or my or the on the behalf of the channel. Because if anyone needs to be contacted, I would be the one to do that myself. Because I don't want anyone getting in trouble. Hey Eli, how are you? Must have got lost. How are you doing? Yeah, I'm just trying to straighten something up on my desk real quick and get it out of my way. Okay. Eli, I'm doing fine, thank you. All right, now let me pull up this picture. Give me just 1 second. Okay, is there anybody in here who has not seen this picture? No, you're welcome. Must have got lost. Brian, I saw the cover of the Star magazine, and I want to say that they changed it. Some of the wording, because I could have swore when I seen it like yesterday or the day before that, they were putting it out like the cops had solved the case. But then whenever I seen it a few minutes ago, it wanna say that they put a question mark in there as they were, like, asking, "Has it been solved yet?" Okay. Hey, Emerald Queen, how are you? Honda Civic, how are you doing tonight? Let's see, when I first looked at the pic, I thought the girls were talking to Big Joe. Alright, well, we're gonna zoom it in, then I'm gonna show you, um, the other pictures that I have. So you can I'm gonna zoom in on this first down here at the bottom. So you can see, uh, there's the timestamp. It says 11/13/2022 at 1:32 in the morning. Hey, Stemma, how are you? Hey, Casey, how are you doing? Let's see, look at the 22. They overlap. Hold on. I don't know. I can't tell. I mean, it does look like they're pretty close together. The numbers are. Sharon, honey, you can keep all of your snow. Now, I don't know who put this out. I just it was emailed to me by two different people today, and then I got the other one. I forgot somebody else emailed me the other picture. Yeah, I wouldn't say 32. It would be 13:32. Well, 13:32 would be 1 o'clock in the afternoon. But police did say, now if I can find, I had to find that. They did say um, that they know about this picture. They just don't know who leaked it. Yeah, 0132 would be 0100 hours, which would be 1 o'clock in the morning, and then 13 would be 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Perfect said it's still been tampered with, though. I don't know. I think it's real. Um, everybody's got their own opinions, which is fine. All right, so I'm gonna go, and this does say camera 3 up here in the top corner. I want to say that this is the back door, if I remember correctly, when JLR was walking around the building, pointing his camera through the door, because that's like literally the only glass or windows in the whole building. There's a door in the back and then a door on the side where the parking lot is. And both doors have that little glass in it right there. And he went to both doors and put his camera up in it at the window and was looking like video recording through that piece of window right there. And I want to say that this is the back door because I don't believe the door on the side had a wall next to it. Hey, Tonka, how are you? Whisper to me, how are you? All right. So, a lot of people, because here's what people believe to be Kaylee. People believe that this is Maddie. This is what they were wearing when we seen them on the food truck video. Some people are saying that they think that this is Jack D, and some people don't believe that it's him. So if y'all think that this is Jack D, put a one in the chat. Let's see. Let me get back into my chat real quick while y'all are doing that. Okay, so several of y'all think that that could be. So basically, one if you think it is, or two if you don't think it is. Okay, because I'm gonna show another picture. It'll be this picture here, or like a screenshot of this image with one of Jack D's pictures next to it. And I also have a screenshot of the shoes, like the shoes in this one here, and then a screenshot of the same shoes from another picture. Turquoise, how are you? I can't remember if I said hi to you or not. Yes, same exact hat. That is true. All right. So I'm just going to point out a few different people in this real quick. I think this one right here is going to be the hoodie guy. I don't know if y'all can see my mouse or not, but um, wait, Brian, which one looks like Joe V? I don't even see anybody in here that would even look like Big Joe. But anyway, I think this dude right here is going to be the hoodie guy that we seen on the food truck video. Then people are saying that this guy over here sitting down in the corner, they think it's Adam. And they're saying that this guy here, this between who they believe is Adam and who is believed to be hoodie guy, that is a guy in law enforcement. Now, I cannot tell if this is law enforcement guy or not. It's really hard to tell the way his hat is. Some people are saying that it looks like him. Yes, James. Um, it's and I'll zoom in. I'll have this dude here. There is a close up that I have a side by side with him and one with the guy that they think is Adam. Annie, you're talking about the one that's sitting down right here? Is that the third guy you're talking about? Wait, let me answer this real quick. Okay. All right. Max 420, how are you? And yes, I mean, if this person over here is who people are saying that is, um, yeah, I think Jack D would have some explaining to do. All right, now let me find. Wait, is my thing not? Oh, shit, hold on. I went the wrong way. Give me a second. All right, zoom in. So this is who they're saying that the dude in the black jacket and black hat is. It's hey Sifa. It's no guarantee that this is him. There's no way to tell. I'm not saying that it's him. So I just want to put that out there. It's hard to tell. Okay, so Junior, this is the guy that's the bar owner. Is this one you're talking about, or are y'all talking about? Is it picture one or picture two that y'all are talking about? Because I seen somebody else say about it being, hey, Delia Fitz, about it being the bar owner. I mean, it does look like him, but it's hard to tell because I mean the pictures are very grainy looking. Earthkeeper, how are you? Okay, if it's a bar owner, he has his hands on a strap. Yes. I did see that too, James, where people had pointed that out the way his right hand was. But they do look alike, but there's no way to prove that this is the chief. All right. They're saying that the guy that's sitting down in the corner by the door is Adam, which is, they were saying that who Maddie was talking about. When Kaylee asked Maddie, "What did you tell Adam?" and she said, "Well, I told Adam everything." Well, they're saying that this is Adam. Once again, it's hard to tell. You can't see his face, like looking straight in his face like you can in the picture on the left. So it's very hard to tell if it is him or not. All right. Now, this one, I can't say 100%, but they got the same hat, same facial hair. Still not going to say 100% that it's Jack D. Uh, okay, Sifa, hold on. Wait, y'all, let me check my email. Uh, okay. Wait, what is this? Let me see what Sifa sent real quick. Okay, Sifa, okay, never mind. I can see it's your picture. All right. I'll have to pull that up in a second. Their facial features are the same, so I will let y'all decide. If y'all think, once again, that this is Jack D, this is the one on the right is from the bar. The one on the left is just a picture that was found of him and put in here for the side by side. Yeah, I don't know who did the side by side of any of these. I didn't do them. Someone sent them to me. But once again, if y'all think that this could be Jack D in the bar picture, put a one in the chat. And then I also have Sifa just sent me this picture here that's a little bit more enhanced. Okay, so a lot of people think that it is. Okay. At a time, you don't think it's him? I mean, there's some people that don't think it's him. Jack D for some planning to do. Okay, so Crime Circus did this. Okay, so wait, Crime Circus did these because I don't see his. I know he always puts his watermark on them, but if these are his screenshots, then we need to give him credit. Because, like I said, I don't know who did them, but they were emailed to me. Shane Buckhead. All right, so can one of the mods, just because, like I said, if it's Crime Circus is, I would, I want to give him credit for it. So can one of my mods grab his Crime Circus's channel link and drop it in the chat for me, please? Okay, so he didn't do these exact ones. Hold on one second, y'all. Okay. Okay, thank you, Crumb Crazy and White Widow Baby. Let's see. Anybody else? Mar, thank you too, honey. All right. So let me get my picture back over here. Thank you, Sway. I got I gotta find the other one. Shit, I went the wrong way again. All right, so here's a little bit of a better one. I'm gonna say that it looks a lot like him. I'm just not gonna say 100% that it's him. Hey, my Jay-Z, how are you? It does. I mean, they have the same hat. The facial features are the same. Let's see who else thinks is. I think it's a Honda Civic is the same hat. It's got like the same logo and everything. Um, Turquoise, he really is a good channel. I've been watching his stuff here lately. Hey, the post office prince, how are you? I mean, they got the same logo on the hat, same facial features, same facial hair. I mean, uh, it's 99.9. Okay, and then here's the shoes. Now the bottom one is from the bar. Uh, the screenshot from the bar. The top one, I don't know where it's from, but they even look like the same shoes. I just wish whoever did this didn't whenever they tried to do the side by side. And I understand it was probably trying to get them as close beside each other as they could. Hey, 9 millimeter. Um, so it'd be easier to notice. They just like cropped part of the right one off. But um, yeah, it does, Izzy. It looks like the same ones. I mean, if he was at the bar that night with them, it was 1:32 in the morning on that picture. Why didn't he walk with the girls? Why did Hoodie guy walk? Allegedly, Jack D was at home in bed, asleep. And that's the reason why when the girls kept calling, he didn't answer. It's because he was asleep. Now, granted, I do understand that you can go to a bar and drink a good bit, and then as soon as you get home, you basically lay down and pass out. Hey, Blitz, how are you? Um, no, I don't think he's ever said he wasn't there, Blitz, but it's never been said that he was there either. Like, this is, and we're going into the 7th week since it's happened, and this is the first time that I'm sure anybody has heard about him being there. I just think that what time was it when Kaylee and them got home? Um, 156. I have to go back and look through my notes. But he's claiming that they kept calling, or they were claiming that they kept calling him. Was it like 10 phone calls total between Kaylee's phone and Maddie's phone, and he didn't answer because he was asleep. Right, 156 was the girls, yes. So, "Hey, 4 Chihuahuas, how are you?" Allegedly, he was upstairs asleep when they were calling, so that's the reason why he didn't answer the phone, and his roommates were downstairs playing Call of Duty, and they never seen him walk out past them and go out the front door and leave the house. Let's see, the family said he was asleep. So, I don't know, I just think that if this is him, unless he's got a twin and daylight disinfectant, yes, out the window, over the roof. Unless, like I said, he's got a twin, and they say that everybody in the world has a twin somewhere. I don't know if it can be 2 people who look almost identical in the same little town, but could be possible. That Annie, that's what I heard too, that the roommate said that he was asleep. So, I'm gonna say 99.999% that that's Jack D. Doesn't wait, doesn't who have 2 twins, Izzy? I don't no, Jack D, I don't believe has any twins or would it Ethan was a triplet. Ethan's got a triplet brother and a triplet sister. He, his Ethan's brother Hunter, and then he's got a sister named Maisie. Alright, let me check my email again. Hold on one second, Sifa. Okay, let me see what this one is real quick, and I'm gonna bring the picture up. Let me grab that out of my email because the one that, um, minimize this, that Sifa just sent. Okay, Sifa, the second one that you sent to me with the side by side, did you enhance that one? Says alibi for the morning of. I just, I don't know, y'all. I think he's got some explaining to do. And I even told, okay, thank you, Sifa. I even told Troll earlier. I wonder if Kaylee's dad or her family has saw these pictures before they were released today with someone who looks like Jack at the bar. Um, because if he didn't know that he was there at the bar and it really is him, then they know now. So I'm wondering if they knew that and they just didn't and they didn't say. All right, give me one second. Oh, this coffee's horrible. Oh, wait. Emmy, whose name is Aaron, honey? Okay, his name is Aaron. Oh, shoot, where did the thing go? So his name is Aaron, and he's from Coeur d'Alene and is a U of Idaho alumni. Emmy, who are you talking about? Okay, let me grab this picture real quick. Yeah, Tonka, I don't know who released the pictures. I just know whenever I woke up this morning, I believe James had sent me one of them. Who was the other one? And then somebody else sent me the same picture, the screenshot of the inside of the bar. And then somebody else sent me the other one with the 3 side by side, so I don't have a clue who released it. Let's see, I gotta find, right here. Crime Circus said it was just sent to him. Okay. With the food truck. Yeah, Valerie, I did see that where he had said that, like, they knew about the video footage where they were walking, to the food truck, where they were talking about Adam and all that, I did hear Kaylee's dad say that they knew about that, like, a few days after the murders, but I'm wondering if he knows about this. 'Cause like I said, if he didn't know, and I'm like, they could look at the picture and say, "Yes, that's Jack," or, "No, it's not." Okay, the post says it was released by a friend of a friend. Okay, thank you, James. Wait, Sif, is this the right one? Or have you sent any other ones? Hold on, let me look. I think this one here. Oh shit, you sent me a third one. Hold on. Yeah, I didn't know if it was Crime Circus's pictures. I know usually he puts a watermark on them. So I just went ahead and dropped this link just in case it was his. Let me grab this other one, y'all, because there's another one that's better than this one. Hold on one second, Sif. I'm gonna grab the third picture or the one out of the third email that you sent because it's more comparison on that one. Okay. Yeah, this one's a little bit easier to compare between the two pictures. Wait, there was confusion on bar being Elliot first. And I mean, if you think about it, and I know the bars around here. Hey, Vaughn, how are you? Hey, Mrs. Kelly. There's bars around here that'll do it whenever they get close to closing time, or even, just needing security. Some of the bars around here will get like an off-duty officer to come in and do uh, security work. So, if that is an officer that's in the picture, that could be what he's doing. He could just be working security for the bar. Let's see. We're looking at a screenshot of a video, Ellie. It has that whole night for multiple cameras and know everyone that was in it. Yeah, I mean, especially if it was one of their own in it. Yeah, Lisa, he does look like the chief, but I can't say 100% it is though. It's too hard to tell. But like I said, if it is law enforcement, um, he very well just could have been working security for the bar. Oh shit, I almost hit end broadcast. Give me a second, y'all. I got too much stuff pulled up on my screen. I have to watch where I'm clicking. I'll be done. End at the live and not mean to. Picture go. All right, so let me pull this one up. It's a little bit easier. Yeah, JP, I almost ended it. I barely missed the end broadcast button. Valerie, I have to agree with you. So he's a chief, and if you look closer, jacket, it has his name. Is he? I try to zoom in on that part of his jacket. I, it's too blurry whenever I do it. Okay. All right. So the one If you're looking at the picture on the right, it's gonna be the picture from the bar, and then the other one has just been enhanced a little bit by Sifa to where y'all can see it a little bit better, but it's the same hat, same facial hair. Like I said, I would be willing to bet 99.9% it's Jack D. Okay, I thought a Scarlet her and I are over there not wait, Brian, wait. Let's see, I thought a Scarlet, her and I are over there not doing any reports. Where are we not doing reports at, Brian? And I mean, I can even zoom in because this one over here, you really can't see the hat. Son of a bitch. You really can't see the hat on the one on the left, but I'm gonna zoom in on the one on the right. And of course, Stiff would put his watermark right in the way, but it'll be all right. So you can tell this one here has got an M. So baby boop, I hate to say yes, it is, and it not be, but I think it is. You mean she's sick of them not doing reports? Oh, okay, I got you, Siffa. And yeah, I mean, I don't understand why they don't do reports. Um, it doesn't make any sense. I was going through the daily activity logs today because yesterday they had them on there all the way up until yesterday. Then this morning I got on there and they had today's on there. When I got back on there this afternoon, they had like several days missing. But now they finally put them all back up. They then had like one unattended death up there. They had a shooting the other day where a man got shot. Moscow's going crazy here lately. Golfer girl, how are you? Hey, Ryder Dust, how are you? Yeah, that was the bar owner, not the chief of police. Okay, thank you. Yeah, a lot of people were saying that they had heard that that was the guy that looked like the chief. He was the owner of the bar. And I don't know what the owner's name is. I'm not worried about looking it up. He's irrelevant to the case, I believe. But I do think that, all this different stuff coming out, especially like these pictures here, um, like I think that law enforcement need to do a press conference. Hey Tad, how are you? Let's see, remember what Steve said? Shared the same alibi. I believe this is what he was talking about. Okay. Brad, the timestamp is hold on, let me see if I can go back on this. I'm not gonna be able to go back on it, Emma. Hold on one second. I'll get the timestamp time for you. I believe this is it. Timestamp is 1:32 a.m. By the way, Mama was gonna use a pic for a video. That's why I watermarked it. But I love you, so I'll let you use. Oh, thank you, son. But I mean, you can still use it on your video. All right. So if y'all need to see the timestamp again, there it is. I know someone was asking about it. Let's see. Okay, so he called his own phone 10 times with each girl's phone. Okay, so golfer girl, you think it was him that was using their phone to call his phone? Okay, let's see. Let me just get caught up here real quick. Okay, I mean, golfer girl, it could be possible. Hey Jeffrey, how are you? Let me go back through my screenshots real quick. Make sure I've showed all of them. believe I have. Okay, and that's just the food truck video. Okay. Time frame is wrong there. Annie, why do you think it's wrong? Because see, if police have gotten the video footage from inside the bar, like they said that they have. They said that they got video footage from inside the bar and outside of the bar and that they went through it. Now, if they've got it and now this is coming out and all we're seeing is a screenshot of the video footage. And this screenshot is not real or it's been photoshopped, altered in any way. It's not the right timestamp, whatever. I mean, police can go back and compare it to the video footage that they have, and if it's not real, then they need to come out and make a do a press conference and say, "Okay, that picture or screenshot of the video footage from inside the bar is not authentic. The time is wrong on it. It's been photo whatever they need to say. That's what they need to do. They also need to come out and they need to answer some questions to kind of get rid of some of the rumors that are going on. If it's Jack, just come out and say, yeah, that was Jack there that night. Because, I mean, legally, he's not doing anything wrong being there. So if it's him, just come out and say, yeah, it was him. Yes, that was Kaylee and Maddie. Um, yes, they were talking to Jack D. Yes, that's the hoodie guy, the same guy we saw walking with the girls and also at the food truck. I mean, I don't think any of that's gonna hinder the investigation. They just need to come out and give some facts on some stuff. Real the head. All right, let me check this text message. 1 second. Give me a second, y'all. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Hey, Mar. My opinion, JS has guilty knowledge. Could be a possibility. JDR, the question is that pic, is it altered in any way? I mean, honestly, JDR, I don't know. Like I said, law enforcement claimed that they have footage from inside the bar and outside of the bar that night. So they should be able to take that screenshot right there that's going around and compare it to their video footage that they pulled from the bar. And then if it's not authentic, they need to come out and say that picture that has been floating around and leaked by whoever, it's been altered. It is not real screenshot from actual video footage from that night. Okay, police can get and see data from the image and it will tell them where it was taken, if it was altered, how many times. Okay. Yes. But I mean they really need to do a press conference so. Hey Cassie Roku, how are you? Let's see. Except the chief is more worried about a TikTok law suit more, yes, than murders. I don't understand why they went from they didn't say nothing since the 20th, and there's been several people, uh, including myself, but other creators that have complained about it. They're not putting out updates. It's been 5 days, 6 days. All this and that. I know people on not TikTok, Twitter. that were talking about it. There was people on Facebook talking about it, and then all of a sudden they came out today, like I said, whenever I looked at it this morning, they had one for let me go back to it. Um, they had one, I believe, for the 23rd, and I wanna say that it wouldn't have been the 25th, maybe the 22nd and 23rd, and they didn't have today's on there, and then all of a sudden they came out with today's. Okay, so no, it's alright, so they did the 20th is where they had stopped at. They've got the 22nd, 24th, and the 27th. So they basically just threw together 2 updates and threw a date on them, and neither one of them had anything significant on it. Okay, let's see. Wait, I missed what Jeffrey's good point was. Where did Jeffrey go? What the heck? I gotta find Jeffrey's comment. Uh, oh shit, I guess I missed it. Okay, let me look at the one from the 22nd. Okay, so all they said on the 22nd literally is the Moscow Police Department is providing the following information to update the public on the known facts surrounding the 4 murders that occurred November 13th in Moscow. And then it goes to the next paragraph and it says investigators are processing and working through more than 7,650 email tips, like all the different things that they're doing. Hey, Michelle, along with the white Hyundai Elantra, you know how they everything else that they'd always put on there, it's the same thing. There was nothing added. Okay, so wait, out of time asked a question. Okay, do you people honestly believe Maddie would ever do anything to hurt her best friend? I mean, honestly. Out of time, I don't think she would on purpose, no. Now, if she, she was drunk that night and maybe she said something while she was drunk, um, I don't think she would have on purpose, though. I mean, I've seen pictures of her and Kaylee. I'm sure everybody here has seen them ever since they were like little girls. So, no, I don't think that she would do anything to hurt her. Hey, Lawnmower Man, how are you? Give me 1 second. I gotta get back into my chat real quick. Alright, I'm gonna drop a link if anybody wants to come up and, talk about it, give me your opinion. Wait, what is this if I sent you the comment you couldn't find? You emailed it to me? Hold on. I'm not getting notifications and I'm getting an email either for some reason. Oh, Jeffrey's comment. Okay. I don't I guess the chat was moving too quick and I couldn't find it, but I seen somebody say that it was a good comment, so I was trying to find it. See, why wouldn't Jack do you walk with Kaylee to the food truck? Jeffrey, that is a good question. I would like to know that answer myself. Like, why did the hoodie guy walk with them if, if Jack was at the bar? Why couldn't he walk with them? Street Legal, how are you? I don't, you know, Kaylee's supposed to be the love of his life, according to his aunt, and her mom has said that he's so heartbroken that at times that he can't even get up and walk. Um, Maddie being her best friend, You would think that if that was for sure him at the bar, he would have walked with them and made sure that they were okay. You know, and it don't make sense, honestly. He may have offered, got dissed. I don't know. I mean, we're only seeing a screenshot of however many hours that they were there. So, I'm sure there's more to the story, obviously, that we're missing. He might have left before they left. See, maybe he was cool until Adam told him what Maddie said. I would love to know what Maddie told Adam. There is an Elantra, a white Hyundai Elantra that sits outside of his house, outside of his parents' house, yes. Because wouldn't I mean, they were saying supposedly they were on the mend because it was said that what they were talking about getting back together. Now, I don't know if that's true or not. That's just what um somebody in Kaylee's family had said. And I mean, yeah, you know, there is motive, but there's just like we can't prove anything. Hey, Loaded Hot, how are you? Okay, where is Adam? And did he tell the police what their conversation was about? I don't know. I would hope that police have this. Well, I mean, they claim that they have the footage. I just hope that whoever is leaking all this stuff that they're not altering these screenshots and then putting it out. Let's see. I love how Scarlett stops everything to greet someone with her. Thank you, Mrs. Kelly. See, Ellie can prove it, but it seems like they choose not to, in my opinion. I don't understand why they don't do uh, a press conference and address these rumors, misinformation. They're saying that they're only putting out vetted information that's not going to hinder the case. So if there is misinformation or rumors or whatever, they need to come and address them. I just, yeah, I know they do a press letter, but it's really like the letter that they put out today didn't say anything sufficient to the case other than the professor at the college, the suing the TikToker, they don't believe had anything to do with it, which I don't think she had anything to do with it either. The TikToker, I think, is just getting her stuff from a card reading. I know some people believe in that, and if you do, then that's fine. I'm not knocking you for that, but I just don't think that that's going to hold up in court, honestly. They're more worried about addressing that after not putting something out for 7 days than they are, addressing other things or just letting people know something. We're still working on it, just anything. It doesn't make any sense. I get that there's some things that they cannot release. They don't want to hinder the investigation. They don't want the person who did this to know what they know. I completely get that. But, there's something that, especially the rumors, that they need to address. Okay, genuine question for Ellie. What new information can you release without jeopardizing the case? Why don't you want to help? Let's see, why don't you? Well, see, Emerald Queen, they do want our help. They want our help finding this white car, but that's all they want our help with. And that's why I think sometimes that maybe this white car is just a distraction. Because there was a white car found in Oregon on the 20th, was the last time they said anything. the day that they put the, was it the update or whatever at like 4:30 in the afternoon about the car, they never said that the car wasn't a part of the investigation or had anything to do with the investigation. They just said the owner didn't have anything to do with it. And they haven't put anything else out until today, and it seems like maybe the only reason why they put something out today is because all of social media has been talking about them not putting out any press releases. Okay, let me check my email again. Thank you, Chrome Crazy. Let's see what this one is. You- Wait, when is this from? Okay, hold on. Let me go grab this. I think this is an interview from today with the police chief. Hold on one second, y'all. Okay, so I've got to wait on it. So while I'm waiting on that, get back into my chat. All right, and while I'm getting all this pulled up, if y'all haven't done so, can y'all please go hit the thumbs up if you don't mind? Okay. Marissa, you hope Steve sues the MPD. Before it's over with, I'm sure there'll be a lawsuit. Hey, Charlotte, how are you? If it wasn't Jack D, why hasn't he went on social media and said it wasn't him? I don't think he's active online, or I haven't seen uh where he said anything. You know, his aunt came out and defended him, but thank you, Eli. Out of time, thank you. Smashed it real good. Thank you, Grandma. Aaron, thank you. So thank you to everyone who has. Also get upset if the like numbers aren't up. She usually has a daily goal of number of likes that she likes to hit. All right, what the heck? All these ads that pop up on here, y'all. I need to stop this one. All right, so I'm gonna read over this real quick. Well, I'm waiting on Trolls to send me the this other video that he found. Sifa, he's slow, you know that. He sent one video and then right whenever I go to open it, he tells me, no, not that one. He says to send another one. So Eli, it's a shame that like there would be parties at that house and none of the people that live there would even be there. Let's see, we got haters that hit the thumbs down. And James, I'm sure I know who the haters are. It's all right. Okay. So this one says Idaho murders. Leaked image appears to show victims inside local bar hours before unsolved stabbings. Exactly, Sifa. Okay. So it says a newly leaked image of two of the four University of Idaho stabbing victims has emerged, revealing little new information in the case as the homicide investigation nears the seventh week without a suspect. This is like 7 weeks too long, honestly. Authorities confirmed early in the investigation that two of the victims, 21-year-olds Kaylee Gonzalez and Madison Mogan, spent several hours at the Corner Club bar in downtown Moscow before returning home in the early hours of November 13th. The image, which began circulating early Tuesday, shows two women who appear to be wearing the same clothing as Gonzalez and Mogan before the attack. It appears to have been taken by a security camera inside the bar. If the timestamp is accurate, it would have been taken at 1:32 a.m. Police collected hours of surveillance video from the cameras inside and outside the bar, which is popular among college students and where young staffers were friends with the victims. And there's just a picture of the outside of it. Gonzalez and Mogan stopped at a food truck nearby and they got a ride to their King Road rental house, arriving just before 2 a.m. Their housemates, Xana Kernodle and her boyfriend, Ethan Chapin, both 20, had returned a few minutes earlier after attending a party at the nearby Sigma Chi fraternity house. Police say all four were killed with a fixed blade weapon between 3 and 4 a.m. Two other roommates on the bottom floor of the three-story house were not attacked, according to authorities. Social media comments have run wild with speculation about whom the photo shows, along with the duo believed to be Gonzalez and Mogan. Moscow Police Captain Anthony Dahlinger told a Fox News Digital on Tuesday that investigators were aware of the image, although the source of the leak remained unclear. So they don't even know who linked it. Please decline to verify its authenticity or answer questions about who it shows. Separately, they have warned the public not to harass or threaten people based on online speculation. Once again, please do not contact anybody involved in this case, potential witnesses, potential suspects, family members, uh, Dylan, Bethany. Like, don't contact none of them. We don't want anyone to get in trouble. Gonzalez and Mogan were seen with the man several minutes later on another surveillance camera just a block away as they made their way towards the food truck. They split up there, with the women hitching a ride and the man departing separately, according to authorities. A man behind the bar Tuesday declined to comment. Let's see. Club management has said little since the slayings, aside from a statement posted to Facebook on November the 14th. And that read, "Our hearts are hurting," the post reads. "Hug your loved ones, call your friends that you haven't talked to for too long, be there for each other, travel home safely." Police are still looking for a white 2011 to 2013 Hyundai Elantra as part of their investigation. They say that it was seen near the house around the time of the slayings and that anyone in that vehicle may have crucial information. All right, and let me see if Troll has sent me that video. Once. Okay, let me get into my. Hey, Sean, how are you? All right, I gotta get this out of my email. Ow. Let's see. Yeah. All right, so I'm just going back through chat while I'm getting this downloaded. Channel, you're the best out there, by the way. You're the best knowledge. I love the fact that you can have an opinion here without at a time. Thank you for your comment. I'm just now seeing it. Says, I love your channel. You are so fair and the best out there. By the way, you have the best mods. Honestly, I do believe it. I have the best mods. I love the fact that you can have an opinion here without receiving backlash. Well, thank you for that comment. I appreciate it, and I'm sure that the mods do as well. True Crime Sleuthing, how are you? Okay, I'm just catching up real quick, y'all. I'm sorry. Um, oh wait, where did it go? Street Legal. So Street Legal said JD was at the bar. In the screenshot, it does look like JD, but I mean, honestly, we can't say for 100% sure. I'm gonna say 99.9% though, because it looks just like him. Same facial features, same hat, same facial hair. I'm just not gonna say 100%. Okay. All right. Let me get this pulled up. Investigators dismiss. Okay, so this is talking about. Wait, why can I not? I guess I'll have to do it like this and just leave it on the email. God, this little thing keeps popping up and I don't know why. It needs to go away. All right, I'm gonna play this. It's how long? 3 minutes long. So if y'all cannot hear it, just throw a one in the chat, and then I'll know y'all. Uh, I'll have to fix it because y'all won't be able to hear it.
It has been about 6 weeks since the brutal murders of 4 University of Idaho college students inside their off-campus home in the dead of night. Still no answers for the families of Ethan Chapin, Madison Mogan, Xana Kernodle, and Kaylee Gonzalez as to what happened to their loved ones inside that house on King Road. Tonight, yet another person has been ruled out as a suspect. KREM 2 is still pushing for information from the investigators of the Moscow homicides, and KREM 2 Shannon Mowdy sat down one-on-one with the police chief to find out where the investigation stands today.
Just a few hours ago, Moscow police released an update in this case saying there is still no identified suspect. But already the department is looking ahead to the day of an arrest, and that is heavily factoring into how we're seeing information come out now. It's been 6 weeks since 4 University of Idaho students were murdered inside this Moscow home. And with no identified suspect and leads still being tracked down, Moscow police are looking ahead.
It's not just about today. It's about in a year from now or whenever we make an arrest and go to trial.
Chief James Fry couldn't give out much information as the investigation continues. He acknowledges that can be frustrating to those desperate for answers.
And we're fact finders. That's what an investigation does. It puts all the pieces together so that we can paint the picture, so that when an arrest is made and it goes to trial, that we can lay that all out for a jury to be able to see the facts and see how we got from point A to point B.
Finding facts, though, takes time, with rumors churning on social media, even leading to a lawsuit. A University of Idaho professor has filed a defamation suit against a woman who accused her of murdering the students on TikTok. Millions watched that video. New today, Moscow police said investigators don't believe she's involved in the crime.
We're focused on this homicide right now, so that's what we're going to continue to focus on.
But Chief Fry says the national attention
it's new, we're not used to the national attention quite this big.
Has also helped. It's generating even more tips.
We've had over 17,000 tips.
A nationwide team's helping sort through those.
Law enforcement says even if you know something you don't think is pertinent to the case, maybe you saw something that you don't know is the key, but maybe detectives and law enforcement know that that's
Yep.
the thing they need.
That's exactly right. And that's why we've asked people, with any pictures from that night or any video to send it to us, send it to our tip line.
Because just one small tip could change everything.
And we're not going to stop until we get a conclusion.
Now, as we near the end of winter break, Chief Fry wants returning University of Idaho students to know that increased campus patrols will continue. He's even reached out to Latah County to add to that security. In Moscow, Shannon Mowdy, KREM 2 News.
Okay. All right, let me get all this out of my way, y'all. Okay, where's Sean? I don't know. I could have swore I heard that lady at the vape shop say that the vape guy quit. Social Butterfly, how are you? Okay, let me pull this picture back up real quick, for street legal. Give me 1 second. Let me pull it up. They didn't get to see it. Mara, you out for the night? All right, honey. Have a good night. I love you too. The vape guy didn't want to become Chef Dizzy. All right, Mara, you have a good night. All right, let me pull this back up real quick. So street legal can see it. Okay. And I'm gonna zoom in because they were asking about Jack D being at the bar. Let's see. I don't know. Maybe maybe the vape guy. After he did the interview, maybe he was getting phone calls, and y'all know how people on social media do. They see one person on the news that's new, and find out where they work, and they just go batshit crazy and just start calling. Probably called the business, probably figured out his phone number at home, where he lived at, showed up at his house, called, you know how people do on social media. Hey Joe, how are you? Yeah, different angle of the blur from the new picture to match objects, analyze light source. I'm assuming that this image was taken at the back corner of the bar, just off of memory from when JLR was going around with his camera up in the windows on the doors. Kayla's Bundy took the identity of track store. Okay. All right, so where's I don't know if street legal's still in here or not. I was gonna see if okay. Are you saying people are crazy as fuck on social media? Yes, 9mm. I'm not saying everybody, because there are some really nice, good, respectable people on social media. There ain't many of them, but yes, there are some batshit crazy people on there, for sure. Like I said, I'm sure, and I'm not saying that he had anything to do with it. He could be innocent or he could be guilty. We don't know. But I'm sure that he got, phone calls. Because honestly, how many vape shops are in Moscow? Probably just that one. People go to Google in the vape shop, they're going to start calling and asking for that dude and probably harassed him. Brian, yes, I've read a lot of different things that people sent to me from 4chan. Just most of it sounds like it's in riddles. Okay, that has been confirmed. No, street legal. It has not been confirmed to be Jack D. It does look like him. Same shoes, same hat, same facial hair, facial features, all this and that. But no, it has not been confirmed that it is him. I'm not gonna say 100% that it's him. I'll go 99, but I'm not gonna say 100. Just like the one that everybody was saying was the police chief. It looks like him a little bit, but there's no way to tell 100% that it's him. And then other people were saying that the one that everybody was saying was the police chief is actually the owner of the bar. Okay, hold on one second. Okay. Yeah, GMJ, I'm gonna zoom out. I'm gonna go over here to him. There's no way to tell 100% if it was him. I mean, there's people out there that saying, yeah, that's him, and yes, this is Adam, but we're not looking at clear pictures. We're not looking at these people straight in their face either. Just no way to tell 100% that it's him. Let's see. I hope he didn't do it, but it doesn't look good for him. Wait, Mrs. Kelly, who? Amy, how are you? I thought the owner was out of town that night. I don't know. I don't know where the owner was at. A lot of people are saying that this is the owner. They're saying the one sitting on the bar stool is Adam. I, I don't know. Oh, right, can't say with certainty. Yeah. I mean, like I said, and I'll pull up the other pictures that I had. Where's the other one that I had was better? Like this one right here. Okay. No, let me go back to this one. Okay, the one on the right is from the bar, and you can tell it's got the M on his hat. Yeah, it's the same hat, but we still can't say 100% it's him. See, he holds his hands, but it's just even though it looks the same, it it, it looks like JD. We still can't say 100% because it's not a clear picture. Okay, it's close enough that JD should be shitting in his pants if uh, allegedly crime crazy. He's done talked to the police and they done cleared him, allegedly. And maybe maybe this is an authentic screenshot and they knew he was there that night and he was able to provide, you know, uh, phone pings and phone data or whatever he ashes to prove where he was and wasn't or what time he left the bar. I don't know. Somehow they cleared him. Exactly, Honda Civic, 99.9998. It's very close, unless, like I said, he has a twin, but what are the odds of him having a twin in the same little town? And yeah, that is true too, Jim J. I mean, law enforcement could have known that he was at the bar that night. Maybe whenever he talked to him, he could have said, "Hey, yeah, I was at the bar that night," and told him everything that happened, everything that was said. It was said that the hoodie guy didn't talk to police. He left and drove 5 hours to his family's cabin. Uh, and so he wouldn't have been in town whenever the murders happened. He'd have been already leaving, going out of town. But, we don't know for a fact that he has not talked to police. I don't know, Jingle Balls, maybe if it is his twin, maybe they have the same taste in clothes, I don't know. I'm just not gonna say 100% it's him because only way, honestly, that anybody could say for 100% that that was Jack D in the bar that night is if you were in the bar that night with him. That would be the only way. Yeah, street legal, they said that they cleared him on, oh shit, does anybody remember what day it was? That police came out and said that they cleared Jack D. Hey, Brandon, how are you? And yeah, it definitely does look like him. We need some explaining. I if that's him, I don't know unless, like I said, he was just so drunk that he went straight home and passed out. November 23rd or 25th. Thank you, Cheryl. I want to say it was the 23rd, but I can't remember for sure. But they did say that they cleared him. Now, just because they cleared him doesn't mean that later on in the investigation something could come up and they can bring him back in for questioning because that is a possibility. See, all right, let me catch back up. All right, so I'm gonna throw the link out if anybody wants to come up. Ray, did you want to see if you can get your thing to work tonight and come up? Yes, Annie, I did hear that. Was that in one of their press releases that they said that they were aware of the person Adam that's been mentioned, and that they have spoken to Adam and he is cooperating? I want to say that was in a one of their press releases that they put out. Let's see. Regardless, we're gonna find out this other dude in the bar. Out of time, are you talking about the hoodie guy? Emerald Queen, you have a good night, honey. Clear does not mean innocent. Yeah, that is true. I'm honestly though, and I've said this before, I don't see how people have been cleared as fast as they're clearing people. But Kaylee's mom and her sister have just stood behind Jack D from the beginning. Werewolf Queen, you have a good night. They said for 1000%, you know, they stand with him and they know that he would never do something like this to Kaylee or anybody else. I hope, honestly, that it doesn't come back and it's him because he would have been up on stage at that vigil. He's been with her family since this has happened. He's listed in her obituary. And if it comes out that he's the one that did this to their daughter after all that, that's just going to be even more heartbreak for them than they already have. Embarrassing when he snapped. Okay. I mean, it honestly, like, I already feel bad for the parents. And I don't think that Maddie's parents would look at him any type of way, but you know how some parents are. Um, and I'm not saying any of them. I would hope that they wouldn't, but some parents are so upset when something like this, rightfully so, something like this happens to their kid. and there's other kids that were involved in it. And if it was to come back and say that, they proved that Jack D did it, I just hope that the other parents or the other kids don't look at Kaylee's parents like, y'all stood up for this guy and y'all defended him and y'all were backing him 1000% and kind of find out he was the one that did it. Because that's just going to add more stress and heartache to him. So I hope it doesn't come back to him. Okay, maybe Jack D or JD did walk after the calls. He saw the scene and knew the person, people, and that's why they are protecting him. I don't know, Fortuawas. Anything at this point is possible. Like we know nothing. Street legal, I think of that whenever I look at Dylan's pictures. Like there's just something there, you just don't know exactly what it is. And it's your gut feeling just every time I look at that picture. And there's been so many people that have said that about Dylan, but I was thinking about this earlier today. I haven't heard one person that I can remember that has said that same thing about Bethany. That it's usually either been, no, the two roommates um, didn't hear anything, or something's up with Dylan. It's never been something's up with Bethany. See, it really doesn't mean anything to Elliot. The family stands behind him. Now, I don't think it would. If it comes back that it is him that did this, how the other families, like the other parents, are going to look at him, you know, because they did stand by him and then it turns out to be him. Let's see. What was JD's motive? Okay, so out of time, this is just my opinion. Pure speculation and allegedly. Kaylee broke up with him 3 weeks before the murders. She was leaving, going out of town, moving to Texas. She was taking a dog. Um, he maybe he thought this was the last time he was going to see her. Maybe something happened that upset him. Maybe whatever Maddie told Adam pushed him over the edge. But for sure, the motive I think would have been she broke up with him. She was the love of his life, and she was moving to Texas. And a lot of people have said it in their opinion. Um, they think that Kaylee could have done so much better than Jack D, and that she had basically, when she broke up with him, she was moving on with her life, and maybe her mom and her sister didn't want her to, because it seems to me like the mom and the sister really wanted her and Jack together, whether she was happy with Jack or not. But I think that Kaylee had basically moved on, and I mean that could have been the motive. And there was just some of the things that I'd seen that he had posted, uh, like comments on some of her pictures on social media. I was watching another YouTube channel I don't know, like a week ago, and they had went through all of her comments and found like all the different things that he would post under her pictures. And some of the things were very disrespectful, especially with the fact that her family could see him. Okay, other families need to understand that it doesn't matter the case, how they feel. Them feeling that way would not affect the case they built. Yeah, I don't think it would affect the case, just how they would feel towards Kaylee's parents. Hey, Jessica, how are you? Oh, hey, Ray, hold on, I'm fixing to bring you up. Do you want to cut your camera off, Ray? Okay. Okay, can you hear me?
I hear you.
How are you?
I'm doing good. I finally figured this out. I was like trying for since yesterday. Shit.
Yeah, for some reason it kept saying last night that your devices wasn't connected.
No,
Like
it was
I could
because my camera and microphone wasn't allowed, and I had to go into Google Chrome, go to settings, site settings, and then allow the camera and allow the microphone.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, I'm glad you got it figured out. I know you were trying several times, like I could see you backstage. It wouldn't allow me to do anything when you were sitting back there, so but
Not as
at
tech
least you got it
savvy as I
working
think
now.
I was.
Evie, how are you? So what is your opinion on all this, Ray?
Let me see if I can figure out how to get this chat on. You still hear me?
Do you see where it says private chat and comments?
I seen where it said, oh, I see comments. There we go.
Yeah,
Just in
yeah, just
case, like,
click.
if anybody says anything.
Okay, yeah, just
I
hit the
believe,
comments and you'll be able to see the chat
I believe the LE knows a lot more than we think they do.
for sure.
That they're putting out.
Yeah, I think they do. I completely understand that they can't tell us a lot of different things. I'm just a very impatient person. But I do also believe that even though they know a lot more than we don't know that they know, I do believe that there is some things that they can give to us that won't hinder the investigation.
Yeah, so like at the beginning, I think like with the coroner, she never actually like seen the bodies. She didn't do the autopsies. She just got paperwork, and then she has to, by the paperwork, say what the cause of death was
Mhm.
or the
And I
manner of
think
death. I don't know exactly what it is. She's
I
just a paper
believe
pusher.
she showed what time was it? She showed up at the house at, like, 5 something in the afternoon, I believe it was, if I remember correctly. 4, 5, 6, somewhere around in there that afternoon, after the bodies had been found. They said that she finally showed up, and basically she probably just went in there and pronounced the time of pronounced them deceased and gave a time of death. But a forensic pathologist would have been the one that would have done the autopsies. The coroner wouldn't have done that.
So, like, have you watched the Aaron Snell interviews in depth?
No. We lost Ray. Kelly, did you wanna come up tonight? We'll give Ray a few minutes to see if he's able to come back up. The medical examiner does the autopsies, coroner matter, cause of death. Let's see. Which statement, Vapor, are you talking about? Alright, I don't know what happened to Ray. Alright, so I'm gonna give him a few minutes. Let me grab the link and put it back in chat because he might have accidentally exited himself out. Yeah, Jeffrey, he was just in the middle of his sentence, and I don't know if he hit a button and it knocked him out or what happened. And I don't see him in chat either, unless I've missed him in chat. Let me go back there real quick. Let's see. I don't see him since he dropped down. Yeah, he might have accidentally clicked out of it. Okay. Let's see. I thought the coroner just go to the crime scene to pick up the bodies. The coroners didn't do the autopsies, but in this case, there is no way the coroner was not present at the autopsy. Yeah, she might have been at the autopsy, but the coroners don't do autopsies at all, though, do they? They just mainly pronounce death and give a time of death. Hey, Miller. And I believe that would be it. And then whenever the autopsies are done, they get the report back. Okay. All right, Jessica, you want to come up for a few minutes? If you want to, honey, you can grab the link. I don't know where. Something might have happened. We'll give Ray a few more minutes, see if he wants to come back in. Let's see. The coroner needs to retire. Yeah, her telling a 17-year-old girl uh, very graphic details um, of her sister's death is that's going a little bit too much. Let's see, some coroners or medical examiners. Okay. So I believe they said that didn't they the forensic pathologist or whatever it was that did the autopsies was from Washington? What she was seeing, but the autopsy was okay. So it was done in Washington. Thank you, Lisa. I mean, she should have spoke to no one in each one of these kids' cases. Now, I don't know who she spoke to, as far as like Ethan's family or Xana's or Maddie's, but no matter which one of the families she was talking to, hey, Alex, how are you? She should have only spoken to one of the parents, and that was it. If it wasn't one of the parents, she should have been like, okay, no, uh, okay, Kelly, I'm about to bring you up. She should have been like, no, I just can't talk to you. Whenever your parents get home, if they're not home right now, have them to call me or I'll call back later. She should have never spoken to anybody else but the parents. Kelly, how are you?
A little staticky. How is it sounding?
You're a little bit low. Let me see if I can fix your volume.
Okay. You want me to turn my volume all the way up?
Okay, 1 second. Let me see if I can fix it. Okay,
Hold on 1 second.
okay, now I cut your mic up and you got lower. What the heck? Jessica, hold on 1 second,
What?
okay?
Just 1 second. My son's trying to fix the settings. Keep it there all day. Okay.
Okay, wait, what was that?
Sorry, give us just 1 second. I'm trying to fix your microphone for her.
Okay, no problem.
That's my son.
Okay. Alright, let's
Okay,
see.
is that loud?
Yes, I can hear
Is that
good now.
Okay.
It's not too loud, is it? I turned it all the way up.
Okay, no, it's not too loud. It's perfect.
Okay. Now you gotta get me back to
Yeah.
where you see.
Yeah, trying to figure that out.
Okay, Jessica and Ray, give me just 1 second and I'm gonna bring y'all up too.
Sorry, 1
Tag,
second.
no, I have not seen that.
Am I up or not?
Yeah, you're still up here.
Should I go back out and let you drive?
Do what? Should you do what, Kelly?
I might have accidentally got you kicked out.
Okay, Kelly, can you hear me? Okay, now I can't hear. All right, Jessica, I'm gonna bring you and Ray up real quick. Okay. All right,
Hey, Merry
Kelly.
Christmas.
Hey, how are you? Merry Christmas. I was
I'm
trying to
good.
see what's going on with Kelly, cause Kelly, are you still there? Okay, she dropped out. She may have to come back in.
I bet she had tabs open. She's probably on her phone like I am, because that happens. If you have like a couple tabs open, it kind of does that.
Right. And I think she said her son was trying to get her volume up because I could barely hear her. Ray, are you back in here with us?
I don't know, am I?
Yes, I can hear
Yeah,
you.
you here?
Yeah, I feel so lame. My damn phone died on me.
Oh, okay. We thought maybe you had hit a button or something by accident and knocked you out.
Yeah, it
Happens.
was called the pause button on my brain.
Okay, let me watch for Kelly and okay, wait, Kelly's trying to come back in. All right, Kelly, I'm bringing you up. Okay, Kelly, can you hear us?
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yes, we
Yeah.
can hear you.
we can hear you.
Okay. How are y'all doing tonight?
Do you have earphones or earbuds in, Kelly?
Yeah, because it's
Yeah.
very like popping and everything.
Yeah. Do you have earphones in, Kelly?
No, should I?
No. I'm saying if you do, don't.
Okay. Should I turn my volume down some?
Are you on your phone?
Yes.
Are you in StreamYard on your browser?
It's popping real bad for some reason.
Well, it'll do that. Like go to your like if you're in Chrome or in your browser. Make
I
sure
mean,
StreamYard is the only tab you have open.
Hey, every single word you all are saying is coming in like really crackled. Like I
But
don't
then
know
we
if
can
it's.
hear her.
Your
Yeah,
voice
and
is
that's
just fine.
yeah, see, whenever her son's talking, his is perfect.
Yeah,
But it's like her phone is crackly or something.
she's probably got other tabs open, like in her
No,
browser.
she doesn't. I closed them all.
he's
Oh,
not
okay.
crackly.
You sound like a cell phone that's got bad signal breaking up. I don't know if it's her phone or not. Though.
Okay, can you work with it, or do I need to go away?
No. You can stay up here.
Okay. Sorry about that. Excuse me. Oh man. How long have you guys been up? I don't even know what you're talking about. I just got here.
Well, Jessica and Ray just got up here on panel. I was going over like a bunch of other stuff earlier. Just
I woke up
Yes.
at 3 p.m.
Hey guys. My theory. I have like a a couple of theories. I didn't get to watch a lot today, but I do know that one picture was going around them at the corner bar. The one thing that I've seen, I think I've seen you over there, Truth and Transparency. I think I've seen you over there at Trez today, and um, there's this detective that calls his line, and then he has a direct number to call and all that kind of stuff. Anyway, in the grub truck video, we were so focused on Hoodie Guy, and isn't that Hoodie Guy Jack Showalter?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
and is
they
he
haven't confirmed it, but yeah.
so? Jack has went to Africa, and his parents are there too,
Hearsay.
and they're
Yeah,
lawyered up.
At least for Jack.
I don't think his parents are there.
Okay.
Yeah, they haven't never that I think that was just what a lot of people were saying that he had went over there. I mean, his parents do have ties to Africa because they went over there and did, like
Missionary.
Yeah,
medical
missionary.
mission stuff
Missionary
or
work.
whatever.
Right.
Right.
But I don't know if they're there now or not.
Well, it was under my understanding that Jack S. didn't leave any DNA. And then the weird thing that people I've heard say, with Jack S., with him leaving the country, you know, college, it's been so many years since I was in college, it's crazy, but, like when you're coming up on the holidays, you're getting ready to do final exams. And, if he was serious about his degree and being in school, you know, I'd be worried about, not doing my exams and doing what I'm supposed to be doing. But the weird thing is, there was a person, and I swear I don't know his name, but I will get it for you tomorrow. That when the grub truck video came out, and Maddie is saying, F you, mister.
What was
We
the
see
timestamp on that grub truck video when they arrived?
on the grub truck arrival, I know that picture today was at 1:32.
That was at the
I'm
club,
not.
but it was
What
1:32.
was the
Yeah.
timestamp on the video when all three of them were walking on the sidewalk?
Well, that was after the grub
Let's
truck.
see.
So at the corner club, it was 1:32, and then they went to the grub truck, and then they were
You can
walking.
prove
So,
time.
Okay, so the one where they're walking and
So
they're talking about Adam, that was before the grub truck.
oh,
Right.
I thought
So
it was
that would
on the
be in
way to the grub
between
truck.
the 132 timestamp on the supposed photo from the bar.
The bar, yes. Sifa. Is Sifa still in here? Because Sifa, I'm sure, has it.
But
the
I
I
still,
look back.
in my opinion, I think all that's a moot point. I don't think any of that has anything to do
right.
with. That's my opinion, and everyone is entitled, and I'm open. But that's my opinion. I don't.
The corner bar picture today, the timestamp on it was 1:32.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Was
when they
Right.
were at the corner club. Yes.
Yeah.
yeah. And but so what happened was this person came up with a really good theory, and I never really got to watch it like that. But they all came, around the corner, of course, and um, Maddie seems a little bit more drunk or whatever than Kaylee, but the big guy Joe, and I know he's been interviewed and cleared. Um, the big guy Joe, people pointed out like he's
Wait,
30
are
something.
you talking about? Are you talking about
He's
the hoodie guy?
Yeah, not the hoodie guy. Joe
Who is
was
who's Joe? Oh,
he had
Joe,
Joe
sweater
is the
looking.
Joe's
big
the
dude.
father. Joe's got a little kid. Joe's the guy, like the first dude to make a video, like a YouTube or TikTok or whatever, trying to say
Okay.
he was innocent.
well, I don't know. Okay, I'm confused.
He's the one. He looks almost like he could be Hispanic or
He
a
Joe is
mixed
the
race.
big dude on the food truck video. He's the big dude that's got, was it like a tan looking
It's like the
jacket
Yeah,
on, or
Oh,
he
okay,
looks
like
okay,
ethnic.
okay, okay. All right. But I
and
mean, like they're not like they don't personally know each other, right?
no,
I
they
think
don't.
just from the
They
bar.
could know each other. They all live in the same area.
Not like acquaintance. I mean, you know someone, a
I
friend or
think
an
it's mostly
acquaintance.
just from the bar, probably.
Okay. like an acquaintance. Hey, I've seen you around
Supposedly the
here.
girls were like regulars at that bar like every weekend. That's
Mm-hmm.
what's been rumored.
Right.
And when you look at
Um,
the videos of all the police cam footages, it proves that they were party girls.
Well, I mean, we're talking about college sorority girls who aren't okay, you know. But I'm
And you got
saying,
to think, for the last week and a half, Kaylee wasn't even around, and she didn't show up till August. That's when she started living there. So she hadn't been around that house for a while.
so with Murphy, the dog, I feel like even if he was in a room put there by the assailant, um, I feel like Murphy would know that person pretty well, and for him to let him put him into a room. But I think that when he heard his mommy, screaming and just a commotion in the house, I believe that dog was probably barking his lungs out and
no,
just scratching
100%,
for death.
100%, Kelly. But I think that dog was put up before it happened by someone that dog knew.
Right.
The girls could have put the dog up. The dog could have been up. None of the people were around. It could have
That
been
dog
crazy.
would be sleeping in the bed with them girls, snuggled up in between them. That you got this dog. Girls aren't gonna lock the dog in a closet. This dog would be sleeping in the bed with them. So someone
Right.
came in and put that dog up somewhere, 100%, and it's someone that knew that dog, and it's someone that dog knew. I mean,
You're right, because if you remember, Kaylee was only in town to show the new car, and she was going to Texas, so her room was already being packed up in Kaylee's room. So
right. That's
Murphy
why they
would
were
have went
sleeping
to stay with
together in
him.
the same bed.
Can I interject?
Yeah.
I'm not. My mom's been, like y'all have been researching and stuff for the last month or whatever. But if I'm correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't the theory that the assailant slash murderer came in through like the second or third story balcony or something like that? Isn't that what they said?
What do you, I
Wait, is
mean,
this
I don't
Kelly's
know.
son talking?
That was a double question. Um,
Wait,
I
what was
mean,
the
he
question
came in.
again? I'm sorry.
Yeah, exactly.
What I was saying is the murderer didn't enter through the front door, according to theory, anyway, right? Or the hypothesis.
Nobody truly knows.
I mean, I know
Well, I
It's
nobody
mean,
truly.
possible. It's been rumored that the front door was open. It was rumored that the girls saw that the sliding door was open, and that's why they went up there.
no. It's a 3-story
The
house.
only reason
There's
why
one.
is
There's
because
one
the
entrance facing the
Hold on.
front of the house.
We're all talking at once. You can't understand them.
the dog could
Yeah.
have easily been drugged with bone treat with Benadryl, and I mean, I don't know. I feel like maybe the person came in through something besides the front door, and then he probably left the front door open. That way, it would definitely be noticed.
No.
But
It was no,
kind of
no.
want.
Listen. Well, I think he's confused about how the setup of the house was. He
No,
was
he
No,
like,
isn't.
what
He's
he's
saying
saying,
somebody
no,
could have
he's saying that the
climbed
dog
onto the
that
deck,
yeah, he's saying that
and
they
with
could
the
have whoever came in could have given the dog like Benadryl or something to made it stay calm where it's not making a bunch of noise.
correct.
I mean, like you were saying, it makes sense that maybe the dog did know the person, so it didn't really make much racket. People have drugged dogs before though too. You give them
but
a piece of
but
meat with
that's
some
a
drugs.
bit of information that we're not given. So in like Kaylee and Maddie's room, there was a bathroom right there. So if it was someone that knew the dog and was familiar with the dog, he could have, he could have easily pushed her into the bathroom and closed the door.
Yeah, that's true.
But my theory
Also, they
is
could
I
have
kind
been
of want to
putting the
get out.
dog regularly in a room. with
I
all
kind of
those
wanted to
people
get
partying
out.
all the time?
Can y'all still hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
But I
Okay.
definitely don't
Um,
think the dog was
if you
drugged.
need me,
There was no
if you need,
time for. I'm
if you
sorry.
need
Go
me
ahead.
to be silent, somebody else talks. Just tell me, Kelly, hush, and I'll be quiet.
No, I'm like that
But
too.
I
No,
did.
Kelly, you're
Shannon.
fine, honey.
No, you're good. I'm
I
like
wanted
that
to bounce.
too. So,
I wanted to
Do
bounce off
do
the
you
theory.
think Ellie knows if the dog was drugged or not?
no,
That
Basically,
was
the
my
only
son's
thing they
question.
said was that he was just put up in a room and they don't know actually where he was at during the time that the murders were happening, but they did know that he did not go through the crime scene.
But
I
they did
think they're
take him to
pushing him to
animal
the bathroom.
services. Did they do a blood test? We don't
They
know
didn't
these
say.
things.
No, they didn't say if they did any of that. They just said that there was no evidence found on him. Now, I don't know
I'm not.
what the extent of their.
Would proof of
Uh,
drugs in his system be evidence?
I
That's
would think it would
silly.
be, because
Whoever
they would
did
have
this
did something to
didn't
keep
have
the dog
time.
quiet.
Right. Whoever did this didn't have time to drug a dog. That
That we
the
know
dog was
of. I
believed.
mean, we don't really know that though.
I
Well, I
really
mean,
believe Maddie was targeted. Kaylee wasn't supposed to be there. She hadn't been there for a week and a half. If somebody was watching during that time, watching Maddie every night, and then deciding this is my night, and didn't know Kaylee was there,
I have a
that's what
theory,
that's
and
my
I want to
theory.
bounce
But I don't know
off.
who the perpetrator is. Could be anybody.
Um, okay. With short upon arrival of the house, well, that's two things that confuse me. The you know Ethan obviously had to fight, and that's why the blood was everywhere. But and the girls fought too, um, and Sam was wherever we don't know. But the problem I'm having as an ER nurse and somebody that has dealt with death and murder in our hospital, I'm having trouble with coming to terms with when they first got there and discovered all this. One, there is a ladder at the house. The ladder's not there now. They came and got the ladder. But the ladder, if you go back and look where it's at, if you wanted to, you could climb on the pipes that are right there, and you can kind of walk it, and it will take you over to where the decks are, where the sliding glass doors are. And but my whole problem with this thing is there's not a speck of blood. There's nothing leaving that home. And I do think this took something with somebody's extraordinary strength to be able to do this to four people, plus fight Ethan and fight the people off. Does it make
Right.
the roommates? Does it make the roommates less of a possibility? I don't know about that yet. And what kind of upset me when I got to thinking about it a couple of days ago was, you know, the roommates needed their cars, they needed their things out of their place, and they just let them have it. And the car theory, they had that one that was right there, and it was the same year, same color, same description that we were all looking for, and it's wrecked. And if they really thought that car would might have any connection at all, they wouldn't care what plate was on it or what anything was on it until the cops got it and took it to a crime scene instead of putting their hands inside the car where there could be DNA or whatever. But the inside of the home itself, the amount of blood that house had, there is not enough Clorox to limit off and not have any blood traced back. And I know they lit it up like a Christmas tree, but there's no way he could have stayed, cleaned, and done all that. And I don't care how many gallons of Clorox, you're not going to get every single drop.
No, he didn't clean anything. There was no that
Yeah,
wasn't even
that
an
was
option.
right. That was a theory if somebody was like, he brought a change of clothes in, he cleaned
N-
himself up,
No,
and
nope,
he
no,
left and got dressed back there in the
no.
tree. You know,
This
that's
is
some
a
crazy
kid that's
theories.
this is a kid that's never committed any crime. That's why
Exactly.
he's not in the
Exactly.
system. That
But
I mean,
but what do y'all say when you say to yourself, there's no trail nowhere of anything
that
coming
we
out of
know.
Charles?
The cops aren't telling us that, and that's kind of what frustrates me. People are like, "Well, there's no this, there's no that." No, there definitely is. They're just not
They got
telling the
tons of
public.
evidence.
They're, they're just not telling the public that. And I do get why, like, they're coming out and saying that, like, the internet sleuths are like kind of damaging, and I don't
They
think
have
they
to
are.
protect the integrity of their evidence.
Right. I mean,
Right.
I don't think
Right.
they are. I think they just are putting pressure on political people like sheriffs and stuff like that, and that's where they're getting kind of pissed because that's where the pressure is to, like, shit, speak on it. Uh, I don't think internet sleuths are damaging anything. That's ridiculous. Everybody is just speculating. It's just an opinion. You know, I don't think anybody's damaging anything. I mean, that's just silly. But what from a political point, they're only saying that because everybody wants answers, and us green people are like, We see all this. Why aren't you speaking on it?" I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, I kind of think that's where that's kind of coming from.
Like, I have a 30-year-old daughter, and I'm going to tell you, and two sons, um, and my youngest son is 27, and I'm going to tell you, I would be like Haley's dad and probably going even more
I'd
crazier.
be worse. I'd be on TV every fucking day. I'd be
But
crying every day, crying on the TV every day. I guarantee there would be a reward up right now. The
Why is
police
there
wouldn't
not a
spot me. No
reward?
one would
I don't
spot me.
understand why there's not one.
well,
Well, didn't Kaylee's dad said that the cops asked him not to do that?
Right, not to put up, flyers and something about I can't remember exactly what was said about the reward, but I know he did say that he wanted to put flyers up and they wouldn't allow him to.
Or they said
Well,
it's not a good idea or whatever.
Something,
I
yeah,
know
some I
Aaron
don't remember
Snell.
verbatim what was said, but yeah, something like that.
It was on that, but her dad, Kaylee's dad, man, he's a damn, like,
Hey guys,
if you
I'm gonna try a new method. He went and got me some Bluetooth headphones
with a microphone.
with a microphone that might help me.
Yeah,
If I go back
Okay.
out, I'll come back in because I did
Okay,
want to
that's
share
fine.
some blood spattering kind of things with you.
like probably 50% of y'all's conversation, it keeps coming in and out, so it's hard to actually hear what you're saying. So I thought maybe this headset might help hear better. I don't know.
But think about the guys with the ladder and think about that because the only dark part of that house is down there underneath where the party lights are to the right, and there's a center block underneath it, underneath the window. And I just don't feel like the girls said they could hear running water, and then they can't hear that. I can understand them being scared to death to come out of their house. But the last thing I want to say before I get off real quick is is when the roommates called all the girls and guys to come, and Ethan's brother had to come and see him that way is awful. But also, it mimics because now you got everybody that's there DNA, and that's what happened to the John Ramsey case. Is they called all their church people and their neighbors, before they called the law.
Right.
So I'm gonna turn now, and then we'll try to come back in.
Okay, that's fine.
I might not keep cover on.
It's okay. To be honest. Again. Yeah, let me try to see something.
What do you mean? What's up?
She's done closed me out.
I'm just on there.
The police, I think it's
I might be on StreamYard.
Yeah, see, you hear?
Do
You're
you
still
want me,
on there.
Kelly, do you want me to remove you from the
Yeah.
StreamYard and then you can come back in?
Yeah, just remove me, and then I'm gonna try something.
Okay, that's fine. Okay. All right.
Hey,
So hopefully
so what the police have officially said about the 911 call, it was officially made from inside the residence about an unconscious person other than the roommates.
hold
So
on. Let me pull it up here because I've got it. I think I've got it saved on my thing where they had it like in the whole rumor control thing on their website about the
I
911 call.
I heard that right out of the guys. They asked him, and it was right out of the guy's mouth, not the police chief, but the second guy that spoke on the actual press release.
What's his name? Roger Lanier, is that his
It
name?
was the guy that spoke right after the first time the police chief spoke. He took questions and he
Uh,
answered the questions, and then the police chief came up right after him and took more questions and answered those questions. And I believe that was the first or the second press release.
okay, hold on, let me present. I'm gonna bring it up here real quick because this is what they have. Oh shit, I don't need window. I need a link.
And I
Okay.
even think that Aaron Snell had reiterated that same thing.
All right, let me get on my phone so I can make sure that it's up.
And Aaron
Uh,
Snell says he is the spokesperson for Moscow, for the state, for Idaho. And that's what he said on his interview.
okay, so it says here, can y'all see this on y'all screen? All right. So November the 13th, okay, so it says who made the 911 phone call. So on November 13th, the surviving roommates summoned friends, which I don't understand why they did, to the residence because they believed that one of the second floor victims had passed out and was not waking up. At 11:58 a.m., a 911 call requested aid for an unconscious person. The call was made from one of the surviving roommates' cell phones inside of the residence. Multiple people talked with the 911 dispatch before Moscow police arrived at the location. Officers entered the residence, found the two victims on the second floor, two victims on the third floor. Okay. Did Jessica drop down?
So I myself have a couple theories, and it's either the roommates or a peeper creeper. Because there's too many. How could this happen with the roommates? How could they not know that it was uh, a dead person when there's blood supposedly all over the kitchen and in the hall?
Right.
I
I
mean,
don't know if I can believe that them roommates didn't hear, if they just went all night and did not
I
hear
don't
not
believe
one
that
thing.
either. They had to hear something, but it was a
Yeah.
party place. There was a
Right.
lot of noises. There was a lot of screaming. When you see those body cams when the police show up or the noise calls, you could barely hear.
Yeah.
And it was on the
So,
regular. That September 1st, Truth and Transparency has another body cam from the second, that very next morning, the same actual day, if you want to call it. And Xana
mhm.
answers, and Xana talks to the police. So that was a
Wow.
regular occasion out there. Yes, I say, okay,
Yeah.
they're calling kids, they party, whatever. But that was a regular thing. So if I'm a roommate trying to sleep, if I hear that type of shit on the regular, I'm gonna pay it no mind, and I'm gonna learn how to sleep through it if
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
trying to sleep.
Eventually, you'll get used to the noise and you'll be able to sleep through it, but I just don't know if I believe that they didn't hear nothing. Like, if they heard water, like, one of the roommates said that they heard water sounds. They didn't
Again, that's
specify what.
hearsay. Again, that's
Yeah,
hearsay. It's like they said one of the roommates heard a scream or a yell or something. That again is hearsay. I mean, the
right, but
police
then
know this, but the
yeah,
police know this.
and they said that they heard a noise up on the 2nd floor that they thought was like an after party or something like that, and so they didn't get up and check because they thought it was just other people that had came over that night, and honestly, we don't really know what happened because Dylan and Bethany hasn't came out and spoken publicly, and
Well, I would
police
get a lawyer
are
off the
not.
bat too. Look at
Yeah.
like I say with Jack D. What if he is innocent? You know what I mean? And all
Mhm.
these people are saying all these things. His aunt even said half of the world thinks he's guilty, and this kid commits suicide. He lost the
Right.
love of his life. Even though she dumped him, his mom acted like she did it all the time. I mean, Kaylee's mom acted like she did this,
Mhm.
played him like a yo-yo, which would build up hate and resentment and those type of things. And she was looking hot, you know what I mean? She was moving
Right.
on. But what if he didn't even know that she was coming over? Even though mom said they talked the whole week and a half that she was gone, so I doubt that he didn't know, but she possibly that could have been trying to ghost him. And the same thing with him, he could have been trying to ghost her.
Yeah. So I'm real curious though about what Maddie told Adam. I'm wondering if whatever it was that she told Adam,
But if it
if
was
it
that
had
important, why
something.
wasn't she blowing Jack up from the jump? Why did she wait until she was at
Until
home
they
for an
got home.
hour before she started trying to?
Yeah.
I think she tried to start calling. I've heard early as 2, but when the parents and the sister were interviewed, they said 2:30, 2:30
Right. It
all
was
the way up to 2:59.
52 or something like that. Yeah. It was there was calls made from Kaylee's phone and then there was a few that was made from Maddie's phone.
And we don't know why they were blowing them up. We don't. I put this out there. I don't. I look at everything from all angles. I work to solve a problem, and I check every angle before until I get the solution. And we don't know what these children's sexual proclivities were. We don't know
Mhm.
what they did. Children lie to their parents all the time. They hide drug use, they hide alcohol use, they hide
Oh
their
yeah.
sexual activities, they
Oh
pretend
yeah,
to be
from their
perfect.
parents, yeah.
And a lot of parents want to see their kids as perfect in their eyes, even that they know they do bad things and they act like they don't.
Exactly.
My last girlfriend, her daughter, she shot up both meth and heroin. And
Oh
she would
wow.
have her boyfriend over the house and have his 2 little kids at the house. They'd be tweaking or doing whatever in the garage, and they would leave meth and heroin in the bathroom so the kids could go in there. I would take it every time and
That
throw it
is
away.
sad.
Yes, it was horrible. And this
That is
lady
sad.
was very well off. Let's say that very well off.
Mhm. Oh wow.
And that's why we weren't together anymore. Is because of that. You know, she just acted like her daughter didn't do anything.
Yeah. That's sad though. Oh wow. Very dangerous too for the babies.
Why, yeah, that's why we had problems because I
Mm.
was telling her, you're liable. If one of them kids ingests that stuff, you're going to get sued.
Yep. Okay, I'm just checking through chat real quick. I'm glad that you finally got all your issues worked out and was able to come up tonight.
Oh, I appreciate it. I worked my ass off a day and a half. I feel like feeble.
Does anybody else want to come up with us? Let me grab the link real quick. I don't know what happened with Jessica.
But there's so many possibilities, probabilities, and so much we don't know. And I try to just go by what we do know.
Right.
And we do know, I believe the LE missed a step from the beginning. They did,
You
when
think?
they finally figured out what it was, they did lock it down. They did call the state. They did get a hold of the FBI. Within, 2, 3 days, they had 80 people, 90 people working on the case already.
Damn it. Hold on. I gotta plug my light up. I can't see nothing over here.
But I do believe they blew the first 48.
Yeah, for sure.
It was, they said at the beginning between 3 and 6, and then they changed it between 3 and 4. Why did they change it between 3 and 4? Because they saw that white car. But it could have happened later. It could have been someone creeping in from the back. It could have been someone creeping in from the front. But I think the back is the best bet because no cameras. And then you got
Right.
that Lenta above where they could pretty much, there's, a couple ways they could get out without having cameras seen at all, zero.
See, I wish that they would have let us see. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to plug up a lamp over here. I wish that they would have allowed us to see that video footage of that car.
Yes, I
Um,
do too.
I think it would have been a lot better if they would have, honestly, because if you have, and I'm not saying that the police don't know what they're looking at when they're looking at the car, but you got social media looking at the car. You have screenshots out all over the place that people can, as they're looking for the car, they can go back and reference to the screenshot. And I mean, they could probably narrow that car down a lot quicker if they were able to see it on whatever police saw it on. The video or whatever. It probably would have helped,
No,
because they're asking for us to help. Um, I mean, it would help us if we were able to see it.
well, it would help us if they gave us pertinent information instead of the same BS all the time. They haven't changed what they said, zero. They keep putting out uh, official releases, but it's not changing. It's nothing new.
Right. James, can you hear us?
I sure can. Can you hear me?
Yes. How are
Loud and
you?
clear.
How y'all doing today?
Doing
Good.
good. How about yourself?
Doing good. Hey, did you see something earlier about the day after Christmas they found a female deceased 2 miles from the King Road house?
I saw that must have been the unattended death. When I was reading through the call or the daily activity logs or whatever,
Yeah,
I seen that they had found it was like an unattended death call or something like that. But it
yeah,
didn't really give a whole lot of details
yeah. It was a lot of
about it.
redacted stuff.
Yeah, because there was that, and then they had a shooting and some guy got shot or something,
Yeah,
um, yesterday, I believe that was. I think it was yesterday when they had the shooting. So there's like a lot. It's like
that
I'm
little
sure a
town
lot of
is
different.
crazy.
Right.
It's
It's
starting
like maybe,
to hell no.
maybe before the murders that the kids were murdered, maybe there was some stuff like that went on, but it seems like since we've been watching Moscow, it's a lot
Yeah,
of crazy stuff has went on.
yeah. Maybe we only uh we only just know the half of it, you know?
Exactly.
That's crazy.
I'm just
Yeah,
catching
but
up and
I believe it was, if the roommates weren't involved and it was drug related, they'd all be dead.
Oh yeah.
No witnesses.
yeah.
No witnesses.
I honestly think that about a SK too. You know, I don't really lean to the SK theory, but something in me just tells me if it was a SK that I don't think there would have been any survivors at all. But that would be just my opinion on that situation, you know.
Right. I can't shake the SK thing though, just because of those other 2.
Oh yeah.
That's the
All the
only
weird
reason why I'm
dates
holding
and
on to that.
yeah, the dates and the manner and the
Mhm.
times.
Yeah,
It's
there's
crazy.
just so much, if there wasn't so many similarities, I would be just like, "Okay, it may just be a coincidence," but there's too many similarities.
Yeah. How
Vapor, I have
sure?
went through every single one of those call logs. Every day that they've had them up there, I have went through them back until, like, as far as they would let me go back, I've read through them. Like, there's a lot of crazy stuff that go on in Moscow, and half the shit they don't even make a report
No
for,
reports. Yep.
which is crazy.
Yeah, no
Yep.
paperwork. They're lazy motherfuckers.
Yeah.
Hmm.
But they're a small police force. They're not well, my thing is that most of the colleges that I've lived around, they have their own police force.
Mhm. Yeah, the one where
Yeah,
I'm
and
at,
plus they
they,
get
um, they have
security.
their own.
I used to live, actually, I worked really close to Fresno State and I actually worked with one of the police guards that, doing security work with one of the police guards that worked for Fresno State.
Let's see, I'm trying to find let me see if I can find the one. That's like all these welfare checks. They don't even do reports on these things. Um, did y'all see the
Also, the
one,
noise
James?
complaints, they don't give tickets, just
No.
warnings.
And there's one on here that's from yesterday where, let me get back down to it. Where did it go? Shit, I lost. Okay, so RP works for Fox News and has received threats via email. Officer responded, but no report. They don't even do reports on threats. That's how crazy this is.
That's crazy.
Hey, I
And
bet you
then,
once they do something and something happens and they're held liable, they'll start
yeah,
writing reports.
yeah, that's what I said. What, like on the welfare checks, what if they, let's say I
Just
call
like
on
a
for a
quadruple
welfare
homicide.
check and they don't do a report on this person that I'm calling a welfare check for, and then something happens to that person, and then they have no record of me calling, what I said, nothing. I can't believe they took a report on an unattended death.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Let's see. Trying to see, there was another one on here that I noticed. So the unattended death, and then the male who was shot approximately 3 shots at another vehicle. They did a report on that one too. I can't believe they did. But there's so many on here that they don't. Suspicious person, you would think that they just had 4 kids murdered. They don't know who did it, but they have a suspicious person. And this one here, it says caller wishes to speak to an officer about potential identification of suspect in an SA from June. Officer advised no report.
What?
Like, how do
What
you
the
not,
hell?
yeah, how do you not take a report on a potential suspect or information on a potential suspect for an SA that happened back in June?
That's crazy.
I
That's
that's what I'm that's that's
that's
that's going
those
That's
overboard.
reports.
that's liable.
The lack of reports. I
Yeah.
mean, this might sound crazy to some people, but the lack of reports, the way those cops were talking on those body cam footage, uh, man, I wouldn't
And
even rule out a
one of those
crooked
police
LE.
officers,
I
he's
would
head
not
of
rule
the
out a crooked
investigation.
LE in this case.
Yeah, I don't understand it.
Yeah, I don't understand putting that guy that was on that September 1st video lead investigator for this investigation.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That's Payne, right? I think his last name is Payne.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those dudes were assholes.
Yeah, they on that September the 1st body cam, they talked about them kids. Like, I get they got called out there for a noise complaint, but, I mean, like, what college kid hasn't been to a party where there's been a noise complaint at a house? Just knock on the door and be like, "Hey, yo, can y'all cut it down? You got a noise complaint," and not sit there and call them names and talk like that about them. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
But also on the police side, them kids were not paying attention to him. Even though he said it was like 10 minutes that they waited, it was only like 4 if you time it.
Right.
It felt
I
like
think they
forever.
I think the cops were exaggerating a little bit. Let's see, in the other attacks on the 13th of the month, is there a survivor? Tad, in the one that happened in Salem, Oregon, it was a man and his wife that were attacked that morning. The man passed away.
He died.
His
He
wife
survived.
survived 19 stab wounds. And yeah, especially when this happened in Idaho, that woman's got to be scared. Somebody comes into your house and they stab you and your husband dies and it's not solved, and then all of a sudden it happens again at a college where 4 kids were murdered. That woman's gotta be scared out of her mind.
Yeah. Was that case ever even solved?
No, that one wasn't solved, and neither was the one in Washington.
Oh man.
50% of homicides are never convicted.
Man, that makes me, I don't know, man. They either got some lucky criminals or we're missing something that's bigger than what we think.
A lot of
Right.
lazy police officers. I mean, there's a lot of good officers, but there's a lot of bad officers. I've been involved with them personally. I grew up in a criminal element.
Yeah. That's what the
I
other
had
guy the
police
other night
officers
was
try to
saying.
take dope off me just to take it off me and let me go afterwards.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I'm just answering some people back in chat, y'all. 1 second.
I was gonna ask the chat, uh, how how sure is everyone that the cops actually do have DNA?
I'm not,
Mm.
because I could commit a crime. I won't leave no DNA. I'll come in a bodysuit. I'll come wrapped up.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
You
say
can buy you
50-50.
could buy Kevlar gloves and sleeves. You'll never cut yourself.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what a few weeks ago we were chatting about with Greg about the Tyvek suits and possibly
Right.
having like a bag or something to
Exactly.
undress after, throw that stuff in there. And
Walk on
I
out.
mean, hell, if the body cam showed people jogging at 3 a.m. in 30-degree weather, like what's a dude walking down the street with a bag it's not gonna draw suspicion. It's gonna look
I
normal now.
it's a college. You just throw
Yeah.
a backpack on your back and just start walking normal, and you're not
Yeah.
gonna draw any attention.
Yeah. Don't even
Now,
have
It
to
was
run.
me. That's funny.
at a college, nobody's gonna think anything about it.
I
Yeah.
got a criminal mind, but I'm not a criminal.
I mean, at times, you almost have to think like a criminal to understand some of the things in these cases, honestly.
Oh yeah. Definitely got to put yourself in the mind state of the person.
Yeah. Yeah, some people, it may, mess with their mind a little bit trying to do that because just you have to think about some very graphic things when you
I
do
think
that.
about, like I say, some creep sitting in that wood line watching Maddie night after night.
Mhm.
Maddie lived there for what, like 2 years, going on 3 years. She moved out of her, wherever she was staying in freshman year to go to the sorority house, and then from the sorority house she moved over to the King Road house. And she was like the mother of that house.
Yeah.
All them girls were under her.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just, the thought, like you're
Kaylee just
saying.
moved in like August.
Yeah, she moved in. Okay, so whenever the, not the
And Maddie was
September
gone
1st
all
body
summer.
cam, but the other body cam where they first went to Jack D's house and then the cops walk up and they go to the back door at the girl's house to warn
That's when they
them.
just moved in.
Yeah, that's, I believe, right around that time is when Kaylee had just moved in.
Yeah. Didn't you say she was wearing like the same outfit as the new roommate's photo or something like that?
Yeah, it was like a brown dress that
Yeah.
she had on, and then later on, they ended up taking a picture, all the girls together, and she had the same dress on.
But like I say, Kaylee wasn't there that long. So if it was targeted house or person, I really don't think it was Kaylee. I think someone came for Maddie, found the two girls in bed, was surprised, ended up having to kind of smother one while he's doing whatever he's got to do. And the other one wakes up, and now it's a little struggle. And somebody wakes up downstairs, they meet, there's another struggle. I really think, just my theory, that Xana was under the bed, and that's why you got all that blood where you got all that blood. She was hiding. They maybe her and her man was doing the thing, and they heard the noise, and that's maybe why downstairs didn't hear anything because they were trying not to hear anything.
I just find it strange that Kaylee wasn't even supposed to be there and she was. And
Yeah.
if her father is right and she had these more wicked wounds than anyone, that would kind of make me believe that, hey, maybe she was the target. Because you know, you would think, I mean, it's not a necessary, guarantee, but you would think that the person that got it the worst, that's where the rage stemmed at, but I could be wrong.
Mhm.
I think I
Yeah.
think Ethan got it the worst.
I think
I don't
Ethan
think the
fought.
coroner spoke on the other children's manner of death to the Gonzalez family.
Well, he did say that there was a hell of a struggle downstairs.
Yeah, he did say that. On the second floor, it was a hell of a struggle. So, I don't know. I always thought that maybe, Ethan and Xana were maybe collateral damage. The guy, goes upstairs first, we know what happens up there, and then maybe Ethan and them heard something, but then you got Kaylee's dad saying, he comes in through the back door on the second floor, and he says he didn't have to go up the steps, but for whatever reason, he did.
Yeah.
And so that makes me think that maybe Ethan, like, everything happened first on the second floor, and then maybe the girls heard something upstairs and he went
Why wouldn't you
upstairs.
call 911? And why was it the doors locked then? If the doors were locked,
Uh,
somebody's got to break in the door to get into a room.
Yeah.
right. And I don't think the cops ever said that, like, any of the interior doors had forced entry.
Yeah.
So if you hear something going on downstairs, aren't you going to call 911?
Oh,
If
hell
I
yeah.
hear
I'm
some
going I'm
shit,
probably
I
gonna
hear,
jump out a
I
window
hear a
or something
scream,
to get
I'm calling 911.
It
right.
That's what I
just
think.
it just
It,
depends on the circumstance, honestly,
it
But
because
if
had to
they're
be
drunk
quiet and quick. It had to be
if they're
quiet and
drunk
yeah,
quick.
that's what I was gonna say. Even if there was sound, like we were saying 2 weeks
It
ago, like
wasn't a lot.
all of this could have happened in a matter of 3 to 5 minutes.
right. I
As
mean,
It
I
they
could
said
have
could have
been
been
before,
in and
some
out.
people are trained to be in the military from kids. I was. And I knew how to do a lot of things before I was in junior high school.
Oh yeah.
But I think the first time I shot a weapon was at 5 years old.
mhm.
Yeah.
Mm.
It's just
I
so
was
many, so
proficient.
many things it could be.
We just have no proof
one
of
of
any
us
of
might
them.
have hit the nail on the head, you know. We just don't know.
That's for sure.
We just
But I
don't
think the
know.
police know a lot more than they're letting on. And
I
really
Oh, yeah.
kind
totally
of think the car is a herring. I think they want somebody to slip up. I think they've tried to get warrants for computer data, for phone data, for any type of device data, and they can't because the people they're looking at are lawyered up. And they
yeah.
have to have concrete proof. They have to either have a preponderance of proof, you know, to be able to get that type of warrant, or concrete proof to be able to get that type of warrant. And if that
Right.
white car is actually involved, they want to have that so that they can get that last little piece so they can get that warrant to make the arrest.
Yep. I don't know. I had heard that they had tried to get for the hoodie guy that they, and this is probably just hearsay, people, starting rumors, but it was said that the police had went and tried to get a warrant 3 different times for hoodie guy, and the judge kept denying the warrants for lack of evidence.
Oh
But
damn.
if it's true, it could be because of who his parents are.
Yeah.
But we don't know if that's true or not. I mean, like, the cops are not gonna come out and be like, "Oh, yeah, we tried to get a warrant for hoodie guy, and we couldn't because, you know, who his parents are, or because the judge was denying it, saying we didn't have enough evidence." Like, they're not gonna come out and tell us that. So whether it's true or not, I don't know. But that was something that was being said.
That's
Yeah,
what
I heard
makes
that
me
too.
think that they're right around the corner from knowing the whole picture, but it's just those few blurry parts that they just can't get, you know, the full picture. They see it, they probably know, but it's just like, you know, just like Ray said, you know, just certain things that they can't get their hands on to actually seal it, you know. So
You got to
Right.
think they got the FBI involved. The technology that the FBI has, they're they have everything they need forensically,
oh
or
yeah.
that they have forensically, because if the person came prepared, if it was an actual stalker, because I don't think an angry boyfriend is going to be smart enough to be able to cover his tracks that way if that was him at the bar at that time, and within an hour and a half to 2 hours commit that. I don't think he had enough time to set it up where he's not going to leave inside some type of evidence, forensic evidence, as in physical.
Yeah. That's what made me say earlier, if anyone really thought they had DNA or not, because it could have possibly be Jack D, and maybe they don't have evidence that, you know, DNA and
Oh, they got his DNA from being inside the house, guaranteed. You can't say he wasn't there, even
yeah,
though they've
but
been
after
broke up
five
for
years
three
of a
weeks.
relationship, they almost expect that, you know, so it's kind of tricky.
Right. So they don't need to get um his DNA because they already have his DNA.
Yeah.
I mean, they have his DNA. His DNA was in the house. Maybe not blood DNA, but a hair, skin, that type of stuff. Or like they call that trace DNA.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Y'all, I'm still here. I'm just trying to read something real quick.
I'm just wondering, like, is the DNA that they have, if they do, is it actual from a wounded person, or is it from like maybe the fingernails of a victim, or because
Yeah, I
really,
would
I
I
mean,
would think
hair, like
I would
we
think
were saying
finger.
the other day, hair could have been on, you know, you know, you'd expect to find Ethan's hair on Xana's clothes, or you'd expect to find JD's hair on Kaylee's clothes and you know, so on and so on. So it's got to be something more.
That
I would
type of
hope it would be
DNA
like,
would have to be left on top of blood or body.
yeah, yeah,
Anywhere else, uh, just laying around on bedding, or we don't know if, while they were having them parties, people are going in and out of those beds doing things. You know what I mean?
yeah.
People
Even
other
in
than
one of
lived in
those
that room.
body cams, there was in one of those body cams there was like a dude in the bedroom window of like maybe the second floor,
The
and they were
second floor,
partying.
yeah, he was standing up there. That was the one
Yeah,
during the
just
daytime
chilling.
when that guy was in the front and he asked him something. What did he ask the cop? Like he lost something or he's missing something?
Yeah, he was like, "Do y'all have a theft,
I couldn't
loss
understand what he said.
recovery or something like that?"
Yeah, but there was a guy in that upstairs room in the window
Yeah,
standing right there
yeah,
with his shirt off. It looked like he was shirt off or something.
yeah. He was just up there like, shit, man. I just hope the DNA they have is like real DNA that they know couldn't have been there from a party or.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I say it's going to be, if they found that type of DNA, it's going to be a blood DNA, or it's going to be, if it's hair or skin, it's going to be under the fingernails,
Yeah,
or it's going to be on top of blood that somebody was already dead. You understand? So,
yeah,
so it's a mixed DNA. Other than
oh
that, really, DNA just laying around the house, they can't prove where that DNA came from.
yeah.
They might be able to prove who, but
You would think technology would have led them to a suspect already. Hell, there's technology and all everything nowadays. Even that car they got everybody looking for, those things are GPS and satellite and
well, that's what I
OnStar
think.
and
Can't
all
they
that
just
stuff.
like rewind their satellite and check? Supposedly, their satellites can look at a dime. Our satellite, you know what I mean? The
Yeah,
U.S. satellite.
yeah.
Okay, I'm so far behind on y'all's on y'all's conversation. I'm sorry.
No, that's all
Well,
right.
try
I
to
was
keep the
trying
flow
to
going.
put in. Well, I was wanting to make sure that everybody's opinions are welcome here. Just if you're stating your opinion, just don't state it as a fact. Because people will either take it the wrong way. It may confuse them, and I'm just talking to everybody in chat, not the guys up on the panel. Or people will take it and run with it and spread misinformation. So, okay. Okay,
I'm just
so
saying there's going to be so much DNA there that it's going to be hard for them to get it on DNA evidence unless it's on top of blood evidence or body evidence.
Yes.
mhm.
I'm sure someone got drunk and puked all over the place 50 times before.
Oh my
And then you
god.
still need a warrant to get somebody's DNA unless you sneak around and grab a cup that they drank from or some other
Yeah.
bullshit like that.
Hey, they've done it before.
Yeah, they have. That's the, like I say, a lot of them people, that's the only way they're going to get their DNA, because I think all them rich kids, they load up a gig.
Yeah.
I would. I'm not a rich kid, but I know don't talk to police. Don't say
Yeah.
nothing, because they'll hold you for 30 hours and interrogate you and make you say something you didn't
Yeah.
do.
They'll squeeze you. They know you just want to go home. You just want to lay down, and they'll make you confess to something you have no
It's been
involvement
done.
in.
And
Hell
that's
yeah.
why it's good to lawyer up. Even if you're
But
innocent,
it,
you
it
always
hurts
want to have
the
an attorney to
investigation.
go into whenever you're being questioned by the cops. It's always good to have an attorney there with you.
Yep.
Let's see. Ted is saying, in his opinion, fingernails could solve the crime. Yeah, I mean, they said that
Yeah.
Santa had defensive wounds on her hands. I mean, if she could have got her
And
hands on this
Dana was
person,
athletic. I bet she fought back hard.
yeah, she could have pulled, like, if let's just say she would have, grabbed them by their arm. Well, she could have scratched them and got skin and blood under her fingernails. She could have got arm hair off of them. Just anything. it just fibers off of their clothing could help.
Mhm. Or maybe like the Delphi case, hell, a pet hair or something crazy.
Mhm. Just any little thing.
Mhm.
I
Yeah,
would
white
love
tail
for it to
deer.
be Xana that holds that, because I feel out of everybody in this whole situation, I feel the worst for her dad, because that was his only child. That was his everything.
Right.
I
I
would
feel
love for
horrible
her
for
to
all
hold
of them.
Yeah,
And I feel horrible for everybody that was connected to him, that people are speculating that did this, when at one person at least is the only one that did this.
Yeah,
Maybe more than one, maybe a group, but so many people are being looked at and dissected, every little text, every little moment.
yeah,
It's got to be, it makes me sad. We all want to know what's going on.
yeah. They'll pull up what you did in middle school nowadays.
Yeah, they'll go back 50 years trying to cancel that.
Yeah,
I just honestly, I don't think Moscow was ready for social media.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they had no clue, and that's now
No,
it seems like that chief always has a smirk on his face when he's on camera, and I
I
think
know
he
it.
knows something.
Yeah, it's almost like he's overly excited over it, and he's trying to hold it in, but he has to let that
yeah,
little smile out a little bit, and yeah, it just
Yeah, if you read his face, his mouth smiles, but his whole face looks sad.
yeah. That might be a facade. He
Yeah.
might
mhm.
not have he might not have nothing, and he's trying to keep the internet from scolding him.
Well, didn't they say just this last release that there's still no suspects?
Yeah.
Mhm.
I say don't release nothing and let us keep speculating instead of releasing regurgitating the same bullshit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean,
They keep
it's
saying the same stuff over and over again. It's not a change. Why release it?
that's like, so they didn't release anything since the 20th, and then whenever they come out today, they released the 22nd and the 24th, but it didn't say anything.
You know what it did say? It
It
said that they're backing away from all these leaks of photos, leaks of cams, because they're not releasing these cams. Other people, other individuals are releasing these.
Oh, yeah,
So
and they don't
none
know
of
who
these
it
are.
is.
I mean, yes, the food truck was the grub truck was because the grub truck had that shit going live, so people watch that shit live.
Yeah.
But all
Yeah.
the other stuff that's been released, like just like the photo of the car driving by the mobile, that food mart, that's a picture of a picture. Somebody's holding their cell phone cam up and taking a picture of it. That ain't the police.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's it's a shame, though, that the clerk at the store had to go through the video footage and find it before the police even came out to ask for the video footage.
Yep.
That
Same
should have
with
been
the designated driver, same with the one
yeah,
of the neighbors. Like, they're clearing
right.
themselves, and the LE's not even doing nothing. They gotta
Yep.
go clear themselves.
Hey, Ellie
That
said they had 250 interviews.
but
So they questioned at least 250 people once, or a lot of people more than once.
they didn't question the guy that brought him home, who would have been technically the last person to see him alive before they walked into the house.
Yeah, pretty
I
That
think
much.
they
should have
went through.
been that should
I
have
think
been
they went
number
through
1.
digital data and it had cleared them just through the digital data. They could follow his car and his routes everywhere
Yeah,
he goes
but
because he was
who's
at
to
work.
say that, like, as a
He
LE,
still should have been
you
brought
gotta do
in.
better. Yeah, you gotta do better than that. You gotta make
Yes.
sure that that was him in that car. It doesn't matter that the car went there. You gotta make sure that
Yeah,
he
because how
was
do
in
we
that
know
car.
that there wasn't him and somebody else in the car and, you know,
Yeah, he was
whenever the
saying that.
girls got in there and when they got out that one of the 2 people, the driver or the passenger got out with the girls.
Yeah.
and did what there we don't know that. He should have been no, I can tell you, Dylan and
We
Bethany
don't
should have
know if
been
he
number
was
1 and
interviewed.
2, the driver should have been number 3, and Hoodie Guy should have been number 4.
Yeah.
That should have been within 24 hours, those 4 people should have been interviewed, and then also Jack D.
Yep.
5
That's the
people,
perfect order. That's the perfect order, Scarlett.
But we don't know who they interviewed when. We don't know if they interviewed him and he finally came out and said something, because the one video that they sent out, uh, they had already given it to the police and they released it later. So the police had already had it. Just like from the corner club, the police had that day one, day two, whatever you want to call it. They already had it. So they knew
right.
if that was
Well,
Jack D in there, they knew for sure back then.
all I know is the guy who brought the girls home said that he had to go to the police, and the police told him, "Oh, yeah, we know that you're the one that brought them home." But he had to bring in his evidence to show, his GPS and how he dropped them off, went to Taco Bell, went home, all that. Like, police, if they knew that he's the one that brought them home, why wasn't he questioned? Why did he have to go in on his own? Like, he literally should have been number 3 on the list within 24 hours. No matter if they had a way to look at that data or not. And if that was my child and I was one of those 4 parents, I would be pissed over how Ellie has handled this whenever it comes to something like that.
Oh
I
yeah.
would be I would be in jail, literally, because I would be up there every day pissed.
I already said that I'd be on TV every
Yes,
day.
especially if somebody
That would
came
be
out
my
and
job
said
24/7.
yes, especially if somebody came out and said, "Yes, I was the Uber driver who brought him home, but the police did not come and talk to me. I had to go in and talk to them myself." I would be pissed.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, my private eye would already be talking to everybody until the police had a cease and desist order against me. I would go apeshit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I would be crying all the time too. I'm about ready to start crying right now just thinking about that, if that was my daughter.
Oh yeah. Because it makes you think they not taking it as serious as they should. When people got to come give their own evidence, and it's like, shit, what are y'all doing?
I know I've lived a life, and my youngest has autism. She's not that low on the spectrum, but she's slow. And I know if a man ever took advantage of my daughter,
Oh, I'd kill him.
I'd be in prison. Because
I
yeah,
wouldn't.
I'd be in prison.
Yeah, fuck with my kids and find out just how mean I can be, honestly. Because that I don't. You can't blame Kylie's dad. Shit, Kaylee's dad. You can't blame him for the way he's acting with this. He's doing what a parent should do, honestly.
Oh yeah. That's why everybody was like, shit, I don't blame them. If it was me,
I
it would
don't.
have been way worse.
But my thing is why has he quieted now? I mean, yeah, he has his private investigator, but they do
Probably
the
legal
interviews
advice.
together. They don't do it separate. The first time I saw the private investigator do an interview separate, but the last time I saw him do it together, I still think that the dad wants to be involved.
Yeah,
Is it
I'm
a
sure his
PI or is
attorney.
it a lawyer?
It's a
Um,
PI.
Now what is his name? Shannon Gray? Is that his name? He is the attorney, the family attorney. Uh,
Okay.
have I seen the PI? I'm trying to think if I've seen the PI. But I know his attorney has been on there with him a couple of times, but that's probably why he's not as vocal. Um, it's
I think he
probably
knows stuff
legal
the police told
advice.
him not to say. If he wants if he wants justice for his daughter, the police told him you cannot say these things. But I would still be on TV crying every day.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't give it. I mean, the police wouldn't have shut me up. I can tell them that because that's
I think
I
he
can't
knows a
blame.
lot more than he's saying now.
Yeah, and I can't blame him for doing it, honestly. You know, that's even though he's got other kids, you know, Kaylee's still his baby as well, you know,
And is it
and
supposed that the family stopped following Jack D on social media? Is that supposed or is that fact?
that's what I've heard, but I haven't went in and looked and to see if that's true or not.
Because because if that's fact, that's telling.
Oh yeah, that's telltale right there. Along with that look Steve
And
gave
that
him.
tells me Jack D is lawyered up, and the only way they're going to get any type of stuff is through, direct evidence.
Maybe the dad thinks or knows that he knows more, and he's just over there being quiet. And he's like, "Come on now, like this is our daughter. We consider you family, and you shouldn't be keeping your mouth shut to us." Like maybe they're kind of pissed off that he's being too quiet.
Right.
And then I think about that celebration when Jack wouldn't talk, and then Dad went up and talked, and as he's talking, his wife walks behind him. He didn't notice she walked behind him, and goes and starts comforting Jack D, or comforting herself. She just wanted somebody to hug. Well, I don't know. And when
Yeah,
he turns around and looks for his wife in his arms, his wife's not standing there. He's already upset, and he turns around and where's my wife? And he
yeah,
turns around again, and he sees Jack and his wife hugging, and he's like, "Woman, you're supposed
Oh,
to be
the
hugging me."
look.
gave him the Cyclops look.
Yeah,
I'd
and
be
then
mad.
how
I'd
Jack
be mad.
looks
I'd be
back
so
at
mad.
him is was weird.
But I look at it that way as a loving husband turning around to be comforted by my wife, and she's not there.
Right. Yeah. I think Jack was expecting that look from the dad because he literally, as soon as Kaylee's dad looked at him, his eyes were already locked on Kaylee's dad. Like he was expecting
Yeah,
the look, I
he was
think.
looking dead at him. He was looking
Yeah,
dead
he
at him.
was like, yeah, it was almost like, yeah, motherfucker, you want to do something, but you can't do it right now. That's
But
what it seemed
I
like.
was also I was also taught you look a man in the eyes, and I know most of the time I look a man in his eyes, he looks down, and
Jack
that's why he
didn't.
did it.
Jack stared right back at him, dead in his eyes.
So that's either confidence, defiance, or hey, I didn't do shit. Well, why are you looking at me like that?
Yeah. Or the fact that he was in front of hundreds of people.
Let me see. I saw where they were having Kaylee and Maddie's memorial on the 30th. Let me see. Somebody was wanting the time. Let's see. Haley.
Did we ever like? I don't know. I'll have to look at it myself. All I got is on my computer, but it's hard to find stuff. The actual time that if there is a timestamp when they were walking on the sidewalk over there, what that time was. And I know there's an
Um,
actual timestamp of when they
Sifa.
arrived at the grub truck.
Okay, hold on. Sifa, do you have the video of the when they're walking? Kaylee, Maddie, and Hoodie Guy are walking when they start talking about Adam. Do you have a timestamp on a video on that video? Hey, Brian R, how are you?
I don't think it had a timestamp, but I believe
I
you can
can't
see the
remember.
corner club right in the back. So it had to be like right after they walked out of the corner club because you can kind of still see it.
Okay. Okay. So Sifa's saying that none have it. Okay. Thank you, son.
Yeah.
So when did they arrive at the grub truck? Was that because
It was
how
like
long were they?
140, 140, 141-ish, something
Okay.
like that.
And
That's
how
what I'm
many
saying.
minutes
Like,
does it take to walk from the corner club to the grub truck? Like 5 minutes, 2 minutes?
I think they said like 5, 6 minutes or something. which
Yeah,
means
so
if that
they would
if
had to
that
walk
picture
right
is
out the
accurate,
door after that.
if that picture
See.
is accurate, they had to literally be leaving that corner club right after the still shot.
Exactly. I think
'Cause
that still's Photoshop. I think it is an actual picture of the corner club. Maybe even that night, I don't know. But I think part of it's Photoshop. Those shadows don't go the right way. There's wavy lines, different angles. There's just a lot of things that look kind of hinky on that.
I'm not even
Could be
gonna
wrong.
lie. In the beginning, I was like, the picture's legit, and I still think it's legit, but I'm not even gonna lie. When I look at whoever is the LE looking dude and you see his hand, they have a picture of James Fry, and his hand's exactly like that, but it's on a weapon. This dude's hand is like that, but it's like on a jacket. Like there's nothing there that he can be gripping like that. So that, I won't even lie, that made me go, what is that? But before that, I was like, okay, I believe the picture's real. But after I seen the way his hand looks, and maybe there's a pistol there and I don't see it, but they had a side by side of that guy and Fry had his hand exactly like that, but it was on a pistol. This guy's
Yeah, it was a
hand
different
is
picture.
exactly like that, but it's like nothing there but the jacket. Turquoise, James Fry is the chief.
And then the jacket that Maddie's wearing, I saw pictures where Jack D's wearing looks like the exact same jacket.
Yeah, I
Where he's like
seen that.
getting into an SUV.
Yeah, I
So he
saw
could
that.
have gave that. He could be there. That could be him. And he could have went home and just passed out. I've got went home, laid down, and as soon as my head hit the pillow, I was snoring
Yeah,
out to the world.
yeah,
Okay, so if they walked from the corner club to the grub truck, it takes about 6 minutes.
yeah. So they had about 2 minutes after that still shot, if it's real,
Before they had to
to-
leave.
before they were
Yeah.
walking out. And that's what
Yeah.
I was thinking about that like ever since I saw that picture. I was like, if that's JD, how in literally 55 minutes when the first call started, or 58 minutes, could he be so asleep that he missed 10 of those calls? Like, if that's him, smiling, looking wide awake,
Yeah.
fully energetic, like, how in 50 something minutes were you so asleep that you were unable to hear those phone calls?
That makes you wonder.
Yeah. Big smile on your face, may have
And
not even
supposedly,
been
well,
drunk
not
or
supposedly,
anything.
she texted him as well. I don't know what time she texted him. The parents and the sister never said actually what time that text came in.
Yeah, the sharing the dog text.
Yep.
Yeah.
But that could all be like kind of manipulation type stuff. I think about it. She's the one that broke up with him, and she's trying to get him to come to her because we're sharing a dog. And I heard it rumored also. I don't know if it's fact that she had the dog while she was gone.
Sifa, yeah, you can send it to me if you want to.
I don't know.
That's something the parents could make known if she had the dog or not.
But I
They could
remember the
attest to that.
mom was saying that, oh, they talked the whole time that she
Yeah,
was here this week, but then that night you don't answer 10 calls.
Yeah, that didn't make sense.
That's crazy. And I'm not
Yeah,
saying JD did it. I'm just pointing out things that seem crazy to me, you know?
Devil's advocate. He could have not even known she was there. She wasn't supposed to come.
Yeah, she
Okay,
debated it.
so
I mean, we don't know
Brian
that.
R.
I'm just playing devil's advocate on his side.
Brian R. has a theory. So he says most keep saying that Adam went back and told Jack, but what if Adam and Jack was having issues over Kaylee, meaning what Maddie told Adam? And the pic that we saw is a pic of Jack S holding back Adam and the girls calming Jack D down. Maybe Jack D and Adam were fixing to get
Oh,
into a fight.
could
Girls
be.
and the girls
And
and Hoodie guy are kind of like breaking them up.
and the LE or the guy who might be security, that would make that's a damn good point right there.
Yeah, that could have
That
been,
that could be. And there's a
and
cop there
and
kind of
it
calming
could
it
be.
down.
It could be too that whoever sent the screenshot, they had a whole damn video footage to send a screenshot from, but that's the one that they sent. You know, unless that was the only one that they could get everybody in the same screenshot, if it is legit, maybe they were sending that to tell us something.
Yeah,
Here's
that's
another
what I
thing to look
believe.
at.
That's what I believe that picture is to let us know something. I don't know if it's about the Adam situation or is it something more that we haven't figured out yet, or maybe it's telling us, look, LE was there, or maybe
Yeah.
just to show us that might be JD and he's there. But that picture is meant
Hey,
for
on that
something to
on
come
the
from.
Photoshop tip, I I kind of question why his chair is pulled up so far, and the other guy's against the wall, and the other guys are against the wall. I mean, why is the chair going to be in the middle of the room?
Yeah, maybe they almost tussled or something. Who knows?
Well, I'm thinking maybe that chair was just implanted, and the whole picture there,
Yeah, yeah,
the
yeah,
Photoshop.
yeah.
It
I
could
mean,
be from
I
somewhere.
won't ever, I won't ever shoot anybody's opinion down because I wouldn't want nobody to shoot mine down. Someone in chat earlier actually thought I was laughing at him. And I was like, no, I actually liked what you said. You know, that's your opinion. This
Right.
is our this is what our gang is, you know.
Yeah,
Our
everybody's
And
opinion
like
movement.
is
I
welcome
say,
here without worried about getting bashed.
I work every angle, and I just throw that stuff out there because those are possibilities and probabilities,
Right.
and none of it's fact. The only fact we know is what the LE puts out. We don't know, even though, like I say, that coroner could have been talking out her ass. We don't know exactly what she said. And did she
Yeah.
repeat the exact same thing that she told to the younger sister, to the parents? Or did she kind of clean up what she was saying? We don't know that, but we do know that their parents had to see them children after their autopsies to pick them up. So we do know that those parents know what type of wounds, where the wounds, so on and so forth. They do know that.
Yeah.
Right. I think that they should be able to get some type of profile on this person also just from the autopsies. And just basically if they're left-handed or right-handed, how tall they are based on how the stab wounds
Angle,
were.
trajectory.
Yeah. Based on if it's gonna be a short person, more than likely the ankle's gonna go up or possibly straight in, but if they're taller than the victim, it's more than likely gonna have a downward motion. Um, I would think just by that, they would be able to get some type of profile. But
Yeah.
if they've got it, they haven't told anything.
And I saw the dog that they brought in. I mean, I'm just a regular layman, but if I was in Delhi, the first dog I'm bringing out is a bloodhound. Then dogs can track cars. They can track scents airbound. They don't have to
Yeah.
track the scent on the ground. They a day later they can smell a scent and follow it until they die.
Yep. I think the only dog I saw in pictures that they had, it was at the back of the house, and I believe it was a German Shepherd.
It looks like some sort of mix. I mean, the colorings are kind of closer to a German Shepherd, but its hair is kind of long for a German Shepherd and like
So,
scruffy thick. I don't know.
yeah,
I don't know my dog breeds all that well.
yeah, they should have had a bloodhound or something of that nature, because I mean, that's what their job is to do if they're trained properly. Um, I don't know, I have a lot of questions that for the law enforcement that I know will never get answered. Um, there's a lot of theories, that make sense, just like Brian R.'s theory. It could have been a fight or an argument going on, and they kind of like separated the two and all that. And that might have been why Kaylee was asking Maddie, like, Maddie, what did you tell Adam? You know,
Yeah.
and it could have been that. A lot of these things make sense. There's just nothing to back them up.
Yeah.
You know. Well, Mighty Marsha, if you don't like what we're talking about in here, you can go somewhere else. Thank you. But thank you for the view, though. Uh,
You know, one thing I don't agree with is people, it comes to the people calling stuff fact, but there's people out there that swear they can hear what JS is saying in the beginning of that walking footage, and
I
I
have
I
don't hear it.
listened to
cannot
I
that
can't hear
thing.
hear
shit.
anything.
It sounds like it. I hear the word get and I hear the word Maddie, but
Yeah,
I can't make out the whole thing to be like, okay, yes, this is what it's saying. I've even put earbuds in. Right now, I'm just using a headset, but I put earbuds in to where it drowns everything out, all the noise outside of the earbuds, and I still cannot. And
yeah,
I even put it
same
on
here.
my transcription software that I have to use for work, and I can
Yeah,
clear it up and sharpen it and I still cannot make it out.
still can't.
It's
Same
still
here.
no.
Hey,
And
FBI has the tools to do that. FBI has the tools. They have the tools to. I want to know if they actually have audio from the bar
that would be
because
nice.
they can pull out singular voices. They can make everybody's voice disappear except for that certain person that they're targeting, and they'll know exactly what they say. That's just like with Joe and all them at the grub truck. I want to know what they talked about. I kind of think Hoodie guy
Mhm.
came thinking he was gonna score. He just seemed like
I yeah.
he felt he was with the girls and he was feeling kind of this, but he thought he was going with them because Joe pointed at when the girls left. He's like, "Hey, they're leaving you." Like he was putting it up to his
Shocked.
boy. Yeah, I'm gonna score. I'm gonna hit up both these girls tonight. Talking that smack, making himself feel like a big man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because if and see, that's what like, okay, so when we first saw just the food truck video, I was thinking, okay, something's not right here. Like they're here, they're not even looking at this guy. Um, and to me, it's still weird. They didn't look at him. They made no eye contact. You can see Kaylee kind of like talking to Maddie, but like doing her head over, like she's pointing, trying to point at hoodie guy without actually taking her finger like directly pointing at him. And then all of a sudden they get their food and they just ditch him. And if he thought maybe he was going home with them and maybe he was bragging to Big Joe and all these other people that was standing around there listening, yeah, I'm going home with them and this and that. And then they ditched him and didn't say bye, thank you for walking, making sure, we made it okay, hanging out with us, whatever. And plus Maddie saying F you to him. All of that, I mean, it very well could have upset him because it embarrassed him, and then they ditch him, and he goes towards the car like he's gonna get in the car with them, and the car takes off, and he he basically has to walk away and walk around the corner, you
Yeah.
know? But then whenever I see the other video where they're all walking together and they're talking and, it's just like 3 normal people walking down the sidewalk talking, then I thought, "Okay, well,
Yeah,
maybe he's not a stalker, maybe he really was just walking with them," but once again, you get to the food truck, and it's like a
Something
light
changed,
switch,
Scarlett.
like,
Yeah, something
something's
changed for sure.
yes, because it
For
literally
sure.
went from them walking together and talking and laughing and like they were all 3 really good friends, so when they got to that food truck, they didn't even look at him.
Not once.
N Didn't even acknowledge that he was there, and if that was my friend, I would still be talking to him, I would have been talking to Maddie, I would you know what I'm saying? I wouldn't have ignored him and just kinda, like, brushed him off and ditched him with when I got my food. So it's like
Yeah.
Well,
something
what I
happened.
see, what I see during that picture with them three walking is that he was with them, not they were with him. They
Yeah.
But
weren't
it was
Could
following
still
be.
him. He
yeah,
was
I mean,
following them. He was with
a
them.
and that could have been it, but it was still like they were still conversating with each other, like all 3 of them. You
Yeah,
know,
they
they
seem
wasn't
happy.
yeah, like, they wasn't even ignoring him during that time. You know, they were all 3 in a conversation.
Yeah, but like you say, in that point match, both Joe and Jack point. Not if you watch it, Joe points once and Jack points once.
Yeah.
Mhm.
See, I think when I had first seen the them walking and they were all like there was no problem. I seen a couple people saying that no, I'm telling you, she points at Joe V. She points at Joe V. She tells him F you. And once I
I
seen
can't
that, I was
tell.
like, okay, maybe she does point at him, but you
I
know,
can't tell which one she's pointing at, honestly.
yeah,
I just
it's
know she's
hard.
I
pointing
can't
in
either.
direction. There's Big Joe standing there, and there's Hoodie Guy standing there. It could be either one of them.
And they
Or
both
sh
point at Maddie, but Joe points
yeah.
first, and then after that, uh, Jack points.
And for all we know, she could have been so drunk that she was seeing double, and she's seen 2 Hoodie Guys and 2 Big Joes for all we know, you know? She
She
might have been
was
pointing off to the
weaving.
side of them.
She
Yeah.
was weaving and leaning a lot, and I
That's
pointed
what I'm
out a long
saying.
time ago when number 9 comes to pick up his food,
Mhm.
she hits him like in his nether region, and he acts like she hit him in the nuts, and
Yeah.
she keeps her hand on him the entire time until he
Like she's
grabs the napkins. She
yeah.
was acting amorous. And I think the other girl was kind of jealous of her, the way they looked at him, but she was she was acting kind of, sexual, it looked like.
Yeah. I think the key to what they were treating him like is stemmed from the conversation that we don't get to hear after that Adam comment because
Yeah, 'cause it's like
Or the
something
something
just
entire
happened.
switched,
conversation.
Yeah,
And what
something
happened to the
happened
corner
crazy.
girl?
you know? And it could have been maybe, Hoodie Guy could have been like, "Okay, Imma walk I'll walk with y'all to the food trucks if y'all gonna, because maybe they even said that, "Well, we're gonna walk to the food truck and then catch a ride from there." And maybe he was like, "Okay, well, I'll just walk with y'all to make sure you get there okay." But it seems like while they were there, if everything was cool between all 3 of them, that they still would have acknowledged him and talked to him and even said bye and thank you to him. And it just like there's something between
Well,
that street camera, sidewalk camera, and the food truck camera.
and
Like
we
Yes.
don't know what
something
Kaylee was texting. She could have been texting, "Hey, this guy creeping. He followed us from the corner club all the way to the grub truck. He's hanging behind us. He's talking some type of something."
right.
Because it sure looked like, she was
She
texting
took a
forever. She was texting forever, and then it looked like she was doing a tic tac talk or something with Maddie. And
oh,
then
like the
he was
selfie
saying
or
something
whatever
behind her. He was saying something behind her, and it sure looked like she lifted up the camera high enough to
to
film
catch
him.
a picture of him. Yeah. But and
Yes.
I think Big Joe said something about that. No, she wasn't doing a selfie. She was doing something else with Maddie or something like that. But I mean, how does he know?
Yeah.
Was he all up in the cameras up in her phone screen looking and seeing what she was doing?
And it didn't, she could
Yeah.
film from both sides, front and back. So
Yeah. So I don't know. It's just the second video that came out, the sidewalk one, it kind of changed my perspective on Hoodie Guy, but at the same time, I still can't take him off of my suspicious list. Like
I
even
totally
the
agree.
The creepy
Everybody's
neighbor.
suspicious. What are you talking about?
uh,
Everybody's suspicious.
Well, that is true, but JD, hoodie guy, creepy neighbor, SK. That is like my 4 that I can think of just off the top of my head. I never thought that Big Joe did it. I couldn't see Big Joe maneuvering like what needed to be maneuvered to do this.
I could see how a lot of the, what we, speculate how they did it or why they did it. I can see a lot of different angles and scenarios.
Mhm. Yeah, I don't know. It's just creepy neighbor
And,
though.
and did
He's
Jack S get kicked out of the corner club? Another thing we don't know. Because if he
yeah,
did get kicked out, that means he waited for the girls to come out.
which he was still in the corner club at 132. They would have had
It's
to
that
have
simple.
left. Yeah. I mean, yeah, because we can't see his face from that angle.
If it
But
isn't all Photoshop.
right. So let's just say though, if that is a legit picture. At 132, he was still inside the corner club. So if he would have gotten kicked out, it literally had to been right after that in
Yeah,
order
exactly.
for,
And maybe the
you know,
girls followed him out too because, whoever theorized that there was a fight there between Jack D and Adam because Maddie told Adam something and they had a
right.
fight. And that's why she asked him, "What did you tell Adam?"
Yeah. I would have loved to have been a fly on the wall in that bar that night when Maddie told Adam everything. Honestly,
Mm-hmm.
just to hear that conversation because that conversation could be the reason why what happened.
Yep. That's what I was thinking from the moment we seen that new sidewalk footage. I
Mhm.
just started thinking, man, like
What
it
is
is
she
very
saying?
possible that Maddie brought this to that house with whatever happened in that situation.
And she could have been drunk and not even realize what she was even saying.
Yeah.
It could have been just an innocent drunk conversation. Because, a lot of people, when they're drunk, I'm a mean drunk. That's why I don't drink. But she
Yeah.
could have been an emotional drunk
Yeah,
where
I don't
she's
think either.
pouring her heart out, and saying whatever. Or she could have been a flirtatious drunk and been flirting with Adam and said whatever.
Yeah.
It's
Or the
just
drunk that exposes secrets that are not supposed to be
Exactly.
yes.
exposed.
Yeah, because they always said that drunk lips always tell the truth.
Yeah. Speaking from the heart.
And
Yep.
I had another female friend. She was very loose when she got drunk.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, so that could have been what happened, and she just didn't even realize what she was saying.
Yeah. I don't think it was intentional, but it, you know, it
Yeah,
just could be that.
yeah, because
I
I don't
believe the
honest
police have most of the pieces. They have to have legal pieces,
right, and
not
honestly, and
circumstantial.
somebody had asked in chat earlier, honestly, did anybody think, that Maddie would do anything to hurt her friend? I don't think she would
Not
purposely.
intentionally.
No, I don't
Yeah.
think she would, but if she's drunk and she really doesn't know what she's saying, she might have done it and not even realized,
Yeah.
what she was doing.
Just like
And
the F you mister, you can almost tell how she was when she was drunk. Especially
Right.
if you were saying that to Joe V, you just turn around and tell a guy, F you, mister, like
Yeah,
you can tell what type of drunk she was and what type of drunk she was that night, like
right.
it could have been
also,
just over the
was it
edge.
Maddie rumored to be a bully? They seemed a
Y
little entitled. I mean,
y
a lot of
yeah,
people
people have
nowadays.
said that, but, I mean, do we know that to be a fact?
No, but
No,
it's
because we don't know how
other
they really
angles you
were.
have to think about.
Right. Yeah, I mean, they very well could have had, like, the mean girl mentality, but,
Exactly. I've been thinking
you
that a
know
lot.
we don't, because
We don't know that.
right, yeah. I mean, we don't know how they were in their everyday life or how they treated other people or, anything like that. I have seen a couple of people who have been on Maddie's social media and they're sitting there saying, well, you deserved everything that you got. And whether she bullied people every day of her life or she was a mean girl or whatever, it's no reason for her to lose her life. She did not,
No,
no
no,
matter what she did in her life, she did not deserve this, no
no.
matter what.
Rational
So,
people think that way. Irrational and psychotic and
and very
mentally ill
small-minded
people think
people,
different ways.
yeah.
Yes.
And that's a very small-minded person who is very mean and hateful in what they're saying that,
To even
you
post
know,
something like that.
if they're saying that she deserved it because she was a bully, well, what the hell are you doing by saying that she deserved it? You're
Yeah.
bullying a deceased person. You're no better if what you're accusing her of, you're doing your own self. So, you're kind of being hypocritical.
Yeah. We don't judge, we don't condemn.
No. So, I don't condone bullying at all because that could cause someone to go hurt themselves, and I wouldn't want that. But at the same time, no matter what, nobody deserves to be done like that. Um, let's see. I mean,
Susie Sandpiper. Oh,
let's
she
see
said
if they
if
if
they
they
think
think they
they,
deserved it, they are psychos. Yes, Susie, that is true.
yes, yes.
Nobody, no matter
No one
what,
deserves that ever.
they don't.
I'm sorry. I think like child molesters deserve death.
Oh yeah.
Oh
I was
yeah,
thinking as
yeah,
soon
for
as I
sure.
said that, I started thinking that. I was like,
Yes,
well, hold on.
that is but I'm saying just because somebody has bullied someone or they have been, mean to people or rude or make themselves seem like that they're better than anybody else or entitled or whatever, no, that person does not deserve to be killed,
No.
No,
stabbed multiple
I
times.
agree with you. I'm just
Yeah,
saying there
child
it's
yes,
nothing is
child molesters,
empirical.
yeah, I think child molester, yes, you need to castrate them. You need to hang them up by their nuts. Whatever you need to do to torture them, yeah, I'm all for
I
it.
think murder is the same way. They should be killed. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, because, I mean, it's not right.
Yeah. I can
I think if there was
I might be
stricter
able to let the
penalties around
murderers go,
them,
but the crimes against children, shit.
Yeah, that's a hard one. I
No,
can't.
I can't let that go. No
No,
way.
no.
Hell
Yeah,
no.
if a murderer and someone that did a crime or hurt a child and they were both on fire, I would put the murderer out before I would the other one.
yeah, because sometimes I mean, there's legitimate reasons behind murder. If someone hurt my
Right.
kid, I would kill somebody.
Oh, I wouldn't think twice about it. And
Yeah.
Vero said, "Well, what about a murder of a child molester?" You know what?
That's what I'm saying. I
I
wouldn't care.
I would
My
I
life would be forfeit. I wouldn't care.
yeah. I I would I don't know what the right word to say is, but I'm not gonna say I would praise them or whatever,
I
but
wouldn't
I
want
would
praise. I would just, in my
I
heart, I would believe it was justice. And
yeah,
God
Justified,
judges.
yeah.
it was justified. Yes, that would be the word that I was trying to think of because, um, yeah, I think that's the one thing that you a a kid is the kid and elderly people,
Yeah.
you know,
They're
those are
innocent.
innocent and they're vulnerable and they can't defend themselves. Um, it's, and Jingle Balls is asking us to get off this topic.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Chrome Crazy. But,
She's like,
yeah.
stop it, stop it.
Ugh,
Yeah. But yeah.
so,
Yeah, I'd stand up for Steve and be up there every damn day, every day, every day, every day. It would be
Oh yeah.
nonstop every day.
Yeah.
yep.
like you said, something made him calm down. I hope it was that the LE informed them that, we're 75% there, we're 80% there, and it's not just, him calming down just to calm down.
Right.
Yeah, no, I believe they know something. I believe that the LE are closer than they're letting on. Because what did he say? Like in one of his last things, like a year from now, if we make arrest. What the hell? A year?
Yeah, we don't want that.
Well, maybe here soon they will make an arrest. Hopefully. But then again, I don't want them to rush through it and mess something up, and then, the person who did this gets out of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why they're keeping a tight lip. They don't
Mhm.
want to give a lawyer any fuel to be able to, get this guy off, this
Right.
person or persons or whatever.
Yeah, because
Yep.
in the beginning, it was a press conference damn near every morning we woke up.
Mhm.
What?
And
And the
now
first
there's
press conference didn't come out till what, the 6th?
Yeah.
Or was it the 3rd? And
They
then they
came
came
out
out on the
rapid.
10th, a week later, the second one. I'm not sure exactly what day. I think it was 3rd, maybe. And then they came out, like I say, on the 10th for the second press release.
I don't know, I'd have to go back and look at my dates. But, I mean,
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm not sure if it was the 6th or the 3rd for the first one, but I'm positive it was the 10th. I'm
Of
positive
December?
the second one came a week after the first one.
You talking about in December?
In Thanksgiving, right after the murders happened. I believe the first press release was either the 3rd or the 6th. And I know for sure
No,
it was a week later.
they were sooner than a month.
Hold on, let's see.
Yeah, they were giving press
What I mean
releases.
is the 3rd day after, so that would be the
Oh,
16th.
the third
The
day
16th.
after. Oh, okay,
So
okay.
check the 16th if they put out a press
Okay,
release. I'm
yeah,
not.
yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay,
Oh yeah.
like
They were
And then,
shooting them
and
out
then the next
rapid,
one
and then
came
all of a
a week
sudden they
after.
just stopped.
okay. Alright, I was just
Yeah.
let me go to back on the Moscow Police Department website. I'm trying to see what day it was they put the first one out.
Check the 16th.
16th, 20th, and 23rd is what Joe Hart says.
Okay, so they put one now the press releases that they put out on their website, not like well, let me click on the 13th because there is one the 13th, 14th, 15th, 15th, 16th.
That's
But
what I
wait, let me go
remember.
back because
Like
that may be
the live conference,
Yeah, I
not the
believe
little
it's the 16th.
okay,
releases.
so let's see. Okay, so one of them, City of City of Moscow Homicide Unit did one, then the mayor did one. Let's see, contact information for the City of Moscow. See, homicide investigation. Okay, then they did a press conference streaming link. Then later, coroner press release. So some of these may be live press releases that they did, and then let's see, there may be some that is just like what they just put on their website to go read. But
Yeah,
there for a while, they were like every day they were putting something out. And then it got to where it was, every day during the week except for Saturday and Sunday. And then it got to like the 20th, and they went from the 20th to the 27th and didn't put anything out, and then went back and like added 2 in there.
yeah. I think the FBI might have got on their tail.
Yeah,
Possible.
that's because too much people was blabbing too much stuff at the
Yeah,
beginning. I believe they weren't saying exactly what happened.
especially the
Right.
coroner. The coroner was like loose lips.
Yeah, and she's not actual like a medical practitioner. She does have, a nursing license, but she's a lawyer.
Yeah, she's a
I
defense
think she's
attorney,
just a
a
pencil
registered nurse,
pusher.
and a coroner.
I think she's just a pencil pusher. The coroner is like a appointed job type thing.
Yeah, the coroner's not it's not the same as a Emmy. She just
Yeah,
comes in and rules like the
Pre
manor or something like that.
yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
they pronounce death and give it a time and
Yeah.
stuff like that. Let's see, let me get back in chat, make sure I'm not missing anything in here.
But they haven't given us anything uh, since they talked about the car. Other than that, it's just been regurgitating the same stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was on the 20th of December. They did the press release that morning, and then after the whole car thing came out, they put, like, an update out at 4:30 that afternoon, and then they went from the 20th till yesterday, the 27th, before they said anything else.
Yeah.
And yesterday they said no suspects again.
Yeah, just the same information. I mean, if they have new information, then they need to come out. If not, then just don't even say anything because we already know about the car. We know that it happened on the 13th. I don't think we even need to know how many tips and emails and all that they got,
Yeah, that's
you know?
they talk about us giving them unneeded, unnecessary information. That's unnecessary information.
Yeah,
What they try to say, it's so hard that we can't do it. They got so many FBI people with supercomputers working on this stuff. They should have been
uh,
able to check 22,000 in one day.
it's like I think I seen somewhere 60 different FBI agents that they have their total
Yeah.
that's working on this.
It's more FBI than the whole
Exactly.
police department.
The
The
whole,
police department.
it's like 2 times more than the whole Moscow Police Department. I only
Yeah.
think they have like 20 some odd people on the whole Moscow, and half of those are administrative, not actual officers.
Yeah. And he was all proud of their 94 combined years. Like, what? What is
Yeah,
that?
That's
one guy's
not.
worked at 2 years and somebody worked 50 years. That's half the way to 90 already.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you can have, let's just say 3 people that's got 30 years each experience, and there's your 90 years. I mean, that's not a lot of years for a police department combined together.
Yeah, and that's what, between 6 people? Investigators, at least. I think that their investigators is
Yeah,
only
I think
six
it's
people.
like I think so. I think that's what it has on their press things.
At 20 each, that's 120 years.
Right.
Yeah. It's crazy. This case is driving me nuts almost.
It
It's basically
keeps my mind working. I mean, I feel like
Yeah.
I'm
it's
old guy, you know.
yeah, it's just an emotional roller coaster though, really.
Yeah.
I'm not
Felt
emotional.
better when we were finding out stuff. Now that it's just like stagnant, I don't know. It's just like I think that's what's making people, come at the LE now. It's just like we don't have nothing else to do. Y'all regurgitating. There's nothing we can search or do anything, Y'all know y'all need us. Y'all said it before, so give us
Well,
something.
instead of causing like more speculation towards like what's coming out in the media via cam footage and photos and stuff, they should be debunking stuff or approving it or saying yes, this shit is legitimate. Instead of saying, once we let go of it, we don't know what will happen to it afterwards. So you have to take it on face value from where it came from.
Uh, did y'all kick out John Nelson? Hold on, I'm going back through reading this because
He
I
said
don't want.
one thing earlier, but I don't think he said anything else after. But people did not like what he said.
Yeah, he doesn't need to be in my chat talking shit like that. I'm just now seeing it. That's yeah, he doesn't need to be in here with all that mess. Okay, thank you, White Widow baby. All right.
I'm
I
gonna go
feel
ahead and
for
get
all you people
chat.
in the cold weather.
I'm gonna go ahead and get back to chat. Let my phone get on this charger. But I appreciate you, Scarlett, for having me. Ray,
Oh, no
Hey,
problem.
nice talking with you.
nice
Thank
talking
you
with
for
you.
coming up and hanging out.
Yes, ma'am. Anytime.
All right. Have a good night.
All right, you too.
All right. Thank you. Yeah, I'm probably fixing to get out of here in a few minutes myself. Okay. Ray, you still here with me?
Yeah, I'm still here. I
Okay.
keep
I
trying
just,
to. My eyes are all blurry, and I'm on my phone, and I'm trying to read chat as
oh,
everything's
okay.
being said.
Yeah, I missed what John Nelson was saying. I was trying to go back and read where they had deleted his comments. I don't need people in my chat saying stuff like that. That's ridiculous.
Well, I didn't read it, so I had no clue.
Yeah, it was some not so nice things. I don't know why people's got to go into people's chats and be rude and say mean, hurtful things. I mean, be nice. It doesn't cost anything to be nice.
Some people it does, I guess.
Or they think that it does. I mean, it's ridiculous, you know? Treat people how you want to be treated.
Hey, my dad, growing up, he verbally abused me and
I'm
always
sorry to
like
hear
talked
that.
down to me, and yeah, it was not cool.
Yeah. Yeah, I
I
don't
I
understand
vowed
that.
not to treat my kids like that. I spanked them till the age of 5, and then after that, I gave them a choice. I gave them a choice of restriction or a spanking, and they would walk and voluntarily bend over my knee if it was a spanking. Usually they
Right.
pick, usually they picked restriction.
Wait, Earthkeeper said, let's see, Sifa, does LSTC know about Chief Ra's 13-minute interview aired an hour ago? No, I
No,
did not. Hold on, let me find it. Okay, let me go to. Is it on their website? Let me see if I can find it on here. I hate
I
how I
got
have to
I got more
go.
than a switch. My dad broke his hand on my head when I was 14. That was the last time he touched me.
Oh, wow. Okay, 27th. Where is, because this is just the same thing that they had out earlier. Okay, this isn't a video. Earthkeeper, where is the video at? I hate whenever they don't put all of their stuff together and you have to go searching for it. Oh wait, is this it? Hold on.
So he made a new video 12 minutes ago. It's like 12:30 in Moscow
12:20.
right now.
Yeah, because they're 2 hours behind me.
They're the same time as me. I'm in Pacific, Standard Daylight Time.
Okay. What is this one? Okay, this is from the 20th. That's the 19th. Why is it not on their website though? That don't make no sense. Let me go to their Facebook maybe. So that way I don't have to play it off of someone else's. Uh, oh, let's see. It's on current 2. Wait, what am I looking for? Give me 1 second. I'm gonna see if I can. I wonder why they're putting out a video or a news press conference or whatever this late at
I'll be
night.
right back. I gotta use the little boy's room.
Okay. Keister, is that someone's channel? I wonder why it's not on their website. It's not on their website or their Facebook group. Let me go to YouTube. Hey, Logan's mom, how are you? All right, I'm going to Kerm too. 1 second. The local news channel. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, so local Moscow police chief discusses University of Idaho murders. Wait, is this the same one I played earlier? All right. Situated, and then I'll wait for Ray to get back, and then we'll play it real quick. All right, I'm gonna drop while we're waiting on Ray. I'm gonna drop their YouTube channel. Oh, Ashes, thank you so much for the super sticker. It says you are amazing. Well, thank you, honey. I think that you're amazing as well. That was very sweet of you. The Krista, you ain't got nothing to apologize for, honey. Okay. All right. So let me get off of Facebook. Once Ray gets back in here with us, and I'll play it for y'all.
I'm back. I'm back. I'm just being quiet.
Okay. Okay. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and bring it up, and we'll watch this video. Oh shit! I always forget to share the audio. I need to make a note for myself to share the audio. Okay. All right. All right. So y'all know the drill. If y'all cannot hear it, just throw a 1 in the chat. That way I'll know that y'all are not able to hear it. And I'm probably gonna mute myself.
Actually doing pretty good. We've given people time off. We've adjusted, so we always have people here working on the case, but we've taken some time to spend with our families.
And I know that it's been probably incredibly difficult. So can you tell me a little bit about what officers are handling emotionally with this case?
You know, I think all these cases that any law enforcement goes on are emotional, but you know, we've brought in counselors and helped officers work through that, and we brought in peer support teams to also give support, and we'll continue to do that as we need to. But all in all, the officers are doing really well.
That's good. That's good. Can we talk a little bit about some of the national attention this case has gotten, and specifically kind of the social media aspect, and a lot of, I would say, like armchair detectives.
Sure.
How has that been in trying to do the real police work when you're getting all of that sort of attention?
It's new, you know, we're not used to the national attention quite this big, especially with news crews coming to town and whatnot. But, you know, we brought in a PIO team that's helped us out immensely to deal with just the large amount of requests to do interviews. The online stuff, you know, that's going to happen, right? I mean, that's just the day and age we're in. There's a lot of people who are sending us tips and stuff through that, and we're going to look into all those as well. So some of it's very useful, some of it can be distracting, but we're filtering through that, and we're managing that, and the investigators are using the information that's good to continue on with that.
Yeah. Do you mind if we move that mic down a little
Nope,
bit?
that's
It's
fine.
just kind of rubbing.
Is that okay?
Yep.
Okay.
You said, yeah, you said it's been kind of distracting. I'm sure that as you're trying to parse the, I don't want to say there's good tips and bad tips because I'm
Right.
sure you're running
Right.
them all out, but as you're trying to parse through all that information, you said it can be distracting and it's probably a lot of extra work.
Yeah, we've had over 17,000 tips come in, and we have a team across the nation that's looking at those and pulling stuff that's good. But we want people to continue to even any tip that there is, even if they don't think it's a valuable tip, we want those because we'll determine whether they're valuable to us. And people may not think that they're valuable, but we still want that stuff to come into us so that we can look at it and decide if it fits our case or not.
Yeah. And I know a lot of law enforcement says even if you know something you don't think is pertinent to the case, maybe you saw something that you don't know is the
Yeah.
key, but maybe detectives and law enforcement know that that's
Yeah.
the thing they need.
That's exactly right, and that's why we've asked people, with any pictures from that night or any video to send it to us, send it to our tip line. We'll determine whether that's valuable or not, and we have like I said, a team that's looking at all that and bringing things together so that we can paint that picture.
And I know we have a defamation lawsuit going on, and that's probably kind of beyond the scope of what you guys are focused on. But it kind of highlights the national attention of the case and kind of just the, I guess, messiness of the case and what's going on. Can you talk a little bit more about that?
And I just learned about that this morning on the news, and I think I read it in the paper over the weekend. That has to do with the university and the professor, and we're focused on this homicide right now. So that's what we're going to continue to focus on.
How do you stay focused on the facts of the case with all of that extra stuff going on?
Well, I think it's part of what we do. It's we're trained to investigate things, and we're fact finders. That's what an investigation does. It puts all the pieces together so that we can paint the picture, so that when an arrest is made and it goes to trial, that we can lay that all out for a jury to be able to see the facts and see how we got from point A to point B.
The property owners of that unit that the students were in, have you spoken with them? Are they cooperating with law enforcement?
We have spoken with them, and they are cooperating.
Okay. As we're thinking about winter break coming to an end and students coming back, do you have a message for those students who are returning?
I think I stated in an earlier interview, we want the students to come back. We're going to do everything we can to provide a safe environment, but that really is a family decision. That's a decision that those students and the families need to make, but we're going to do everything in our power to continue to provide safety.
I'm just going to change my shot here a little bit. And as I do that, I'll ask you, are there still patrols? Are there still extra patrols around the university? And how long are those going to be in place if so?
So we always have patrols on campus. It's an area that our patrol team, first of all, is up there, as well as some campus officers. But I do believe there's going to be some additional state troopers in the area after the break and stuff. And as well, we've reached out to Lake Tahoe County to provide some extra patrols, just so that people were more seen and they can, feel a little bit more comfortable, hopefully.
And I know that you said you've gotten about 17,000 tips. Have those helped lead the case in a new direction? Have they helped kind of divert where you guys are looking?
So like I said, we're taking the facts that we know, we're taking all tips that we know, and we're putting those pieces to the puzzle together and painting that picture. And as we continue to investigate, we'll update as soon as we can. But we're moving forward on this investigation, and we're not going to stop until we get a conclusion.
And I know that you can't give us everything. But do you have evidence that if you do find the suspect?
like I said, that's part of the investigation. And I know people are frustrated with us holding that so tight. But when we can provide any updated information, we will. I can guarantee you that.
Can you kind of explain to people who may not understand or may have that frustration of why aren't they telling us more, why you hold back some information?
Well, you always hold back information on any case that you work, but one this big, you hold back because you want to have an unbiased jury pool. And it's not just about today, it's about in a year from now or whenever we make an arrest and go to trial. We want to have that pool of people who can look at the case and not have all the facts to that to make the decision to find this person guilty.
What's the timeline on DNA or lab results?
That's a good question. That has everything to do with the lab and how long they take to do what they do. And we don't want to rush that, right? We want to ensure that we're taking our time to get all that right. So we're just waiting for them. It's kind of a we have to be patient too. We would love to have all that information immediately, but like I've told people, you know, real life and the movies are a little bit different. And you know, the movies at the end of the hour they have all that information. We don't get that quite that fast, but we're going to be patient for that.
Yeah, the CSI effect, right?
Yes.
Everybody's thinking that, you know, it's so quick, and it's definitely not that. And I understand if you can't tell me, but is there DNA in this case?
Like I said, I can't answer that question, but we've collected a lot of evidence and we're looking into every aspect of it.
And I know there's been funding from the governor to aid in the investigation. So how is that money being used?
That's still ongoing, and that's actually at a level a little bit of me. I just present the numbers to our city supervisor and to the mayor, and then they work with the governor to determine that.
So, and I'm still familiarizing myself with all of the aspects of this, but when did that funding come in?
So that was probably 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, maybe even when I think Colonel Wills announced that there'd be some money made available. So we're just working through the processes of, you know, where it goes and how it's used.
Has this case changed any policies within the Moscow Police Department or changed the way that you go about investigating?
It is not. We've always been very quick to secure scenes. We've always been very quick to call in ISP, and we've always been very quick to call in our federal partners, FBI, ATF, depending on the type of the case of who we need the specialty from. So I know there's a lot of confusion out there that we're a small department, but we do utilize our resources and we utilize them very well.
What about with getting information out to people and the media? I know there was some criticism at the beginning about how quickly information was coming out and the idea that there was not an ongoing threat to the public, and then people were concerned that there was not a suspect under arrest and that.
So I take responsibility for information not getting out as fast as possible. I probably should have been much quicker on that, but in the beginning of these, you know, we're a small department, so everybody's working on this case, and me to be included. But you know, we realized pretty quickly that we needed to get information out. That's why we called in the PIO team. And they've helped us get information, and I think we've been much better at that since that time. You know, the some of the information early on, you don't, like I said, you don't release a ton. I wish I would have been had a press conference earlier, but like I said, I take responsibility for that.
Probably another one of those that might be hard to answer, but when will the department release the 911 call, or can we expect that to be publicly released?
I think it'll be released when the prosecution believes that we can release that. That may be at trial, that may be before then. But some of that, you know, we make a decision as a team of investigators investigators and administration, as well as our prosecutor's office. So we want to make sure that we hold that until it's no longer, not that it's not needed, but it's okay for the case.
Is there something specific on the call that you believe could lead to an arrest?
Like I said, I can't discuss that. It's part of the investigation, but as soon as we can release that information, we will.
And I think this may be the last question. We know that at least one victim's family has hired a private detective. Have you spoken with that detective or the private investigator? Are you kind of in contact with that family?
We're in contact with all the families daily. We have a representative from the police department that communicates with them. I have not been in contact with the private investigator. I think the same family has an attorney, which we have been in contact with the attorney, and we actually channel all of our stuff through the attorney.
Anything else that you can think to add, or anything you want people to know?
You know, I think the biggest thing is just the outpouring of support we've had across the community, across our state, and across our nation. We've received multiple emails, food, all cards, you name it. People have reached out to us and thanked us for the hard work, and we'll continue to work hard. We're going to work until, like I said, we get a completion of this case.
Okay. It's kind of disgusting how you have to sit there and watch him
I've seen that
smile and
before.
laugh. Oh, you've seen that? It says that it came out
That
today.
exact same one. I think it's older. That somebody else might have reposted it, but I don't think it came
Oh,
out today.
okay.
This is old. Did he say that when she asked about the car that they didn't need that information before? Is that what I heard? I'm not sure. I
A
swear
lot of
that's what he
it,
said.
I couldn't hear a lot of what the lady was saying because on my end, hers was like her volume was like super low.
Yeah, it seemed low to me too.
It
And I
just,
can't see what they were saying. I'm just looking at chat and listening.
yeah, watching him with that smile on his face is disgusting.
But if you look at his face, it looks so sad. He might have a smile there, but his face, if you just wipe that smile away, his face is telling a totally different story. I think they're lost. I think they have a lot of information and they don't know which direction to go.
Right. I don't know. Hopefully, though, they're able to figure something out here soon. But I mean, in a way, it kind of sounds like when he talks, like they may have someone in mind, but then other times he talks like they don't.
Why would he say a year from now, though? That's just telling me they don't know shit. I mean, they have a
Right.
lot of evidence, but what they know is a very little.
Right. And they're claiming that it was sloppy. Well, if it was that sloppy and the person who did this was not very careful, it seems like they would be able to solve it quicker.
But
Maybe he wasn't, maybe he left DNA. He wasn't as slick as he thought he was, or anything like that. But
I don't think it was that sloppy. I think one room was sloppy and the rest wasn't. I think he came in quiet and two of them were dead before anybody actually knew what was going on. And then one of them struggled and got killed, and the other struggled and got killed.
well, I don't know. I just hope for the sake of the families, that this doesn't turn into a cold case, which I don't think it will. I don't think I don't think the families are going to allow it to turn into a cold case. I don't think the public will allow it. Um,
Yeah, but if it's
but
a SK and he's moving state to state to state, it's
yeah,
gonna be a while before he gets caught up to.
I just I think though honestly that they need to keep the SK theory in the back of their minds. And if another case like this comes up somewhere that has a lot of the same similarities as this one, I think they need to get with that law enforcement agency, and they need to compare notes on what they can and maybe determine if it could be the same person, if they haven't gotten it solved before then, 'cause, honestly, I hope it doesn't happen again. Um
I don't think it's a SK. I think it was a one-time deal myself. That's just my opinion.
Hopefully, that's all it is, and nobody else has to lose their life by the hands of this person.
And they just need that one piece of evidence to give them the
Yeah.
warrants that they're lacking.
Yep. So, I don't know, hopefully they can, uh, figure something out. Yeah, don't be like Delphi, or even somebody else mentioned the JonBenet Ramsey. 25 years ago, that little girl died, and they still, to this day, have not found who did it. And that baby died. Her mama ended up dying. So now she's got, all that's left is her brother and her daddy. And her dad's old, and her mom didn't even get to live long enough to see the case solved. And I'm wondering if her dad is either.
If
Just
it ever be solved, as I said before, only 50% of murderers are convicted. So one out of every two murders don't go, nobody, there's no justice.
right. But also, back with JonBenet Ramsey's case, I mean, there wasn't social media. It's look what all we got now, uh, as far as, like, social media and all the different platforms and ways of digging into stuff, where back when JonBenet was murdered, we didn't have all that.
Plus, we have all the digital evidence. I
Right.
mean, there could have been some evidence on a vehicle too, because people plant them trackers on vehicles all the time now.
Mhm. Yeah. And I'd even mentioned that, a few weeks ago about, Kaylee had just bought that car, like, 2 days before she came back to Moscow. And I'd even thought about, like, what about the place that she bought the car from?
And it had a
'Cause
tracker on it.
yeah, 'cause,
And
she
one of the
could've
employees called her.
yeah, she could have very easily, when she went in looking for the car, or, and then she went in to purchase it, just casually just talking to somebody in there about, "Yeah, I'm fixing to graduate from University of Idaho, and I'm gonna be going back down there, this weekend," or whatever, and, just in a casual conversation, and, telling that and not think anything about it. And yeah, they could have very easily put a tracker on it, or just knew that she was going to Moscow. I mean, that her vehicle wasn't that hard to track down around the college, because a silver Range Rover with that company's temp plates on it.
Yeah.
So, and I even thought about that, and I was wondering, I wonder if police checked into, like, the people that worked at the place where she bought the car. That could have been something there too. Let's see. So Rick says he bets that the killer is still in Moscow. I've thought about that. Maybe he's still there and kind of like blend it back in with the community, and which is very dangerous. He starts feeling comfortable. He's keeping up with what police are saying and thinking that, they don't have anything on him. They don't know who he is. I just
Didn't
hope
they
that
catch
if,
a peeping Tom after the murders? Moscow police.
uh,
I think they arrested a peeping Tom.
oh, that
I
was,
seen it on somebody's stream.
James Leonard. But I believe that they said that he was a peeping Tom, the James Leonard dude, but I think his charges ended up being, domestic violence, I believe. I think that's what his was. But, there was another guy that was arrested the 26th. And when I went in to look at his mugshot and all that, it's not there no more. So I'm guessing he must have bailed out of jail. but I don't know what his name is because whenever I seen it, the person had marked the guy's name out. All I could see was his picture. So when I was going through it, I was looking for the picture and I never could find it. And when I searched for his booking number and all that, it wasn't on there no more.
Yeah, I just know I saw it on somebody's stream, and they had the picture of the guy, and they were showing him.
Yeah, is it the one where he didn't have a shirt on? Is that the one you're talking about?
He had like a scratch. No, he had a shirt on. I think I
Oh, the
can't remember
scratch
now.
on
He
his
had like a
face?
scratch on his arm, like a
And
scratch on his arm.
and it was bandaged up? Okay, so that's
Yeah,
gonna be James Leonard. Yeah, I wanna say that his charges ended up being DV, if I'm
yeah.
not mistaken.
Well, he
But
could have
they
he could have plead to a lesser.
coulda been.
DV's not a sexual. I think he already had an essay on his record. I think
Oh, shit.
the
I
previous.
I think we looked into him. I can't remember,
I mean,
honestly.
I'm old and my mind don't work right, and there's so much information. Every day, someone drops a new rabbit hole, like with this picture from the corner
Thank you,
club.
Marissa. Yeah, my brain retains so much information that I know that we looked into him. I just can't remember exactly what was on
Yeah,
his
I
record
agree.
'cause, um, uh, Crime Crazy, we're talking about James Leonard. Remember when he got arrested a few weeks back, up in Moscow? I wanna say that his charges turned out to be DV, but it was said that he was also a peeping Tom, but I can't remember, like I said, because
I
when we
think
looked
they
into
showed like
people.
the call, and the call had said that the call was for a peeping tom. It might have been resolved as a DV, or
Okay,
as
that
I
might
said,
have been it. Because when we look into people, there is, like, 3 to 4 different reports that we get back, and when I look over all 4 of them, if I'm not, like, looking at them when I'm talking about it, I don't remember what I seen on each one of them because there's so much information, but yes, I know we did do that, looked into it, and White Widow Baby said that James Curtis Leonard DV charges, I believe. I think that's what it turned out to be, um, in the end was DV charges. Let's see. Let me catch back up, make sure I haven't missed anything in chat, and then I think I'm gonna get out of here for the night. Let's see. Sifa, do you have a premiere schedule for tomorrow? Okay, Israel Keys was interesting case. A lot of these cases that people mention in chat, I've heard of, but I didn't follow. I remember John Benazo, I was young whenever that happened.
hey, I
No.
was living in the East Bay of California during Zodiac, well, all them different killers.
Oh, wow. What year was the Zodiac Killer?
It went on for several years, 70s into the 80s, I believe,
Okay.
and then he just disappeared.
'Cause I heard, like, not long ago, like, the dude died and they thought it was him, but they wasn't. Like, some people swore it was the Zodiac Killer that passed away.
And then what's funny is I moved to Kent, Washington, and that's Green River Killer.
Oh, wow.
And I used to take my youngest over. There was a pond over there by the Green River, and I'd take her like fishing for trout and stuff. Just walks. She played Pokemon.
Oh, alright. So, let's see, I was 17 when Jamine's stuff happened. Please check email. Okay, let me check my email real quick. Um, hmm, Twitter. Okay, Cassie, I will have to, let's see. Hold on, they deleted it. Okay. Found someone on Twitter who found a white Elantra that may belong to David B. Mother. Oh, I did hear about David B's mama owning one as well.
One bullet killing two people. I've had a friend kill 3 deer with 2 bullets. One bullet went through one deer and hit the other.
Other one. Yep. Let's see in your chat. Is it like cell phones are kinda did someone accidentally block Shane B? He sent an email and said that nobody can see his messages in chat.
Whose message?
Shane B. He said it must be that he's blocked, but I've never seen him say anything wrong unless it was an accident. Um, Tad, thank you very much. Hold on, let me email him back. I know that sometimes if there's you seen him in here tonight, James? Because I know sometimes if there's a chat's rolling and the mods are trying to block someone, that other people get hit by accident and not realize it. Okay. So that could have been what happened. Because I've never seen Shane B. He was actually sending information to me um the other night. So I'll have to check it. On my list. Okay, yeah, it might have been an accident. I'm crazy. So we had to time out and block a few tonight. Yeah, okay, so yeah, it was probably an accident because I mean he's never been disrespectful or anything in here that I've ever seen. Okay. Wait, he may have been banned by Susan or shadow banned by Nightbot. Yeah, Nightbot can't ban anyone or block anyone. I've got all of that uh cut off for Nightbot. The only thing Nightbot can do is whenever a mod puts a command in, he has to put the message in. That's it. Yeah, he was actually sending information to me a few nights ago when I was live. So I'll have to go check it once I end the live. It might have just been done by accident or something like that. So I think I'm about to get out of here though, y'all. I'm getting tired. It's already 3 o'clock. Sifa, I don't know if the mods can check individually if they've blocked someone. I can go on my block list, so I have to go into the studio and check it. So, yeah, I think I'm just gonna get off of here, y'all. Ray, thank you so much for finally getting to come up and hang out with me.
Hey, thank you
Oh,
for
you're welcome.
accepting me.
You're very welcome. Anytime you want to come up, just let me know when you're in chat and I'll drop a link for you.
For sure.
Um, Same to you, James. Susie, you're very welcome, honey. Sifa, what is it? Okay. Rick, you have a good night. Amy, you're very welcome, honey, and thank you for coming and hanging out with us. And yes, y'all hit that like button on your way out if you don't mind, if you haven't already done so. And let me check Shane real quick because Lord knows that if I don't, I'll end it and forget about it. So let me check him real quick. Joe, you have a good night. You're very welcome. Yeah, I was trying to see, wait, Australian hotline and resources. Oh, you're talking okay, I know what you're talking about. So Sifa does are you doing a premiere, Sifa, or are you just gonna drop the video? He's gonna drop a video that has, like, the it's an unalive hotline and stuff like that for, the country of Australia. Like, all the different numbers like what we have here in the States. So he's gonna drop that, so anybody from Australia, if y'all need any of those numbers or, um, you wanna screenshot them, write them down, or whatever, he's gonna drop that tomorrow. Okay, let me get into my studio real quick. And is that the only one that you're dropping? It's gonna be a premiere, so if anybody wants to go hang out tomorrow, what time you dropping it? 11? Okay, so you're gonna make me think. I gotta math now. So 11 hours. So 2 o'clock Central Time then. Thank you, Gigi. Tonka, you have a good night. My child is actually gonna make me do math at 3 o'clock in the morning. What am I looking for? Settings, community. Let's see. All right. Shane, I don't know if you can hear me, but I'm fixing to look and see if you're blocked. So yes, if that's 1 your time, so 12 Pacific, 1 Mountain, 2 Central, 3 Eastern time. All right. 1 second, y'all. Mm, I'm just going through my list real quick to see if Shane is on here. I don't see him yet. Hmm. Well, hell, I don't see Shane. Yes, Shane B, right here. Okay, so I have now unblocked Shane B, so he must have got hit by accident and trying to block someone else. So Shane B, if you're listening, you are unblocked, and I do apologize. Okay. All right, y'all. So I'm about to get out of here. I am super tired. Don't forget Syphis premiere tomorrow. So 12 Pacific, 1 Mountain, 2 Central, 3 Eastern time. Yeah, I'll email him back, Chrome Crazy. I did email him and tell him as soon as I was done with the live, I would check it, that he probably got hit by accident. Ray, thank you so much for coming up and hanging out. But I'll email him back and let him know that he was blocked and it was by accident, and, we all apologize. But I know sometimes you may hit somebody by accident and the chat's rolling quick and you don't catch it. So, yes, Shane, I can see you now. I'm sorry. Um, you must have got hit by accident. So I do apologize for that. Oh, okay. Ray, you have a good night. You're welcome, Shane, and I'm very sorry for that. Okay. All right, y'all. I'm just gonna get out of here. I'm going to bed. Don't forget Syphis premiere tomorrow. I'll be back tomorrow night, probably around the same time. I want to thank all of you. You're welcome, Shane. I want to thank all of you for coming and hanging out with us. Keep all of these kids' families in your prayers. I love you all. I hope you all have a wonderful night, and I will see y'all tomorrow.